Once again, I'm encouraging all persons who haven't submitted their apps in the open category to do as such now.
SVG, are you ready for the NTRC's 2022 iCode784 competition grand finale? Who will come out victorious? Teams will meet the judges at the Methodist Church Hall, Kingstown, to compete for cash prizes of $25,000, laptops, and a trip to Barcelona, Spain in March 2023 to attend the 4YFN Startup event. Come on out, support, and vote for your favorite team, or follow it live on the NTRC's YouTube and Facebook pages at NTRC SVG. It's the NTRC's 2022 iCode784 competition grand finale. Dream, code, innovate. MAVCOM continues to lead the way in digital transformation. We supply the leading brands of computers, laptops, tablets, and accessories. We offer printing solutions from some of the world's top brands, including Lexmark and Brother. And you don't have to worry about the warranty. We are the local warranty center. Businesses in the know understand the importance of network security. MAVCOM offers you a range of options from selected brands, Cisco, Aruba, Fortinet, and more. And we're not just a supplier. We repair all major items sold. Whether you're a homeowner, private business, or government department, we have the ideal IT solution for you. And that's why we're the best of SVG. Give us a call at 432-TECH, that's 432-8324. Or visit us in Arnesville, diagonally opposite Randy Supermarket. Follow us on Facebook and Instagram. MAVCOM, technology done right.
On Tuesday, June 1st, 2021, 3 fishermen set out to sea on what was ordinarily a regular fishing day. However, they did not return to land until 11 days later because they did not have any communication device on the vessel when it went adrift. If you are a fisherman, a boat owner, or seafarer, having in your possession a marine radio, preferably a VHF DSC radio, can save your life. Knowing how to use it correctly can be the difference between life and death for you and your crew. VHF DSC radios can communicate up to 35 miles from land, as well as directly with other vessels or ships in its vicinity. In comparison, cell phones can only communicate up to 20 miles from a cell tower, but cannot communicate directly with vessels or ships that might be in your vicinity. VHF DSC radios are GPS configured, which is critical in a disaster situation at sea. VHF DSC radios allow for both analog and digital communication. The analog option allows for voice communication on channels such as the emergency channel 16, while the digital option allows for instant sending of a digital signal by the press of an emergency button that includes the GPS coordinates and the name of the vessel in distress. The Coast Guard and other vessels in the vicinity can use this information to locate the distressed vessel in a timely manner. The distress signal will be sent every 3.5 to 4.5 minutes until it is received or acknowledged by the Coast Guard or another vessel. VHF DSC radios are the best for marine communication as they are waterproof, can float, and glow in the dark for easy location in the sea. VHF DSC handheld radios are available for sale at the NTRC at a subsidized cost of $400 EC.
The National Telecommunications Regulatory Commission was established in 2001 to regulate the telecommunications sector in St. Vincent and the Grenadines in collaboration with the regional entity ECTEL, so that consumers, telecommunications providers, and the country can benefit from a liberalized and competitive telecom sector. Some of the NTRC's functions include the ensuring of license compliance to service providers, investigating and resolving disputes and complaints between service providers and subscribers, management of the radio frequency spectrum, processing of applications for licenses and frequency authorizations, and the management of the Universal Service Fund, USF. Since 2008, with the establishment of the USF, the NTRC has undertaken several projects in which free Wi-Fi services has been provided to all schools, learning resource and community centers, police stations, and health centers across SVG. Since 2015, the NTRC has been hosting the My App Summer program, which teaches teenage students the basics of coding and robotics and sets a good foundation for them to showcase their skills in the NTRC's annual iCode784 competition, a platform conceptualized to guide our youth into careers and opportunities around innovation in the ICT sector, with an interest of ensuring all our citizens can communicate despite any financial challenges. The NTRC has subsidized programs such as our $10 per month internet for households and VHF DSC radios at $400. At the NTRC, our mission is to facilitate quality, relevant, and affordable telecommunication services, whether on land or at sea. Contact us at 1784-457-2279. WhatsApp us at 784-498-8292. Visit our website at www.ntrc.vc. Follow us on Facebook, YouTube, and Instagram at NTRC SVG. We're located on the second floor of the NIS building.
Your favorite radio station is live on two frequencies, 104.3 and 88.5. Nationwide coverage from SVG's #1 radio station, X104.3 FM. We stay on top. Top.
SVG, are you ready for the NTRC's 2022 iCode784 competition grand finale? Who will come out victorious? Teams will meet the judges at the Methodist Church Hall, Kingstown, to compete for cash prizes of $25,000, laptops, and a trip to Barcelona, Spain in March 2023 to attend the 4YFN startup event. Come on out, support, and vote for your favorite team, or follow it live on the NTRC's YouTube and Facebook pages at NTRC SVG. It's the NTRC's 2022 iCode784 competition grand finale. Dream, code, innovate.
On Tuesday, June 1st, 2021, 3 fishermen set out to sea on what was ordinarily a regular fishing day. However, they did not return to land until 11 days later because they did not have any communication device on the vessel when it went adrift. If you are a fisherman, a boat owner, or seafarer, having in your possession a marine radio, preferably a VHF DSC radio, can save your life. Knowing how to use it correctly can be the difference between life and death for you and your crew. VHF DSC radios can communicate up to 35 miles from land, as well as directly with other vessels or ships in its vicinity. In comparison, cell phones can only communicate up to 20 miles from a cell tower, but cannot communicate directly with vessels or ships that might be in your vicinity. VHF DSC radios are GPS configured, which is critical in a disaster situation at sea. VHF DSC radios allow for both analog and digital communication. The analog option allows for voice communication on channels such as the emergency channel 16, while the digital option allows for instant sending of a digital signal by the press of an emergency button that includes the GPS coordinates and the name of the vessel in distress. The Coast Guard and other vessels in the vicinity can use this information to locate the distressed vessel in a timely manner. The distress signal will be sent every 3.5 to 4.5 minutes until it is received or acknowledged by the Coast Guard or another vessel. VHF DSC radios are the best for marine communication as they are waterproof, can float, and glow in the dark for easy location in the sea. VHF DSC handheld radios are available for sale at the NTRC at a subsidized cost of $400 EC.
MAVCOM continues to lead the way in digital transformation. We supply the leading brands of computers, laptops, tablets, and accessories. We offer printing solutions from some of the world's top brands, including Lexmark and Brother. And you don't have to worry about the warranty. We are the local warranty center. Businesses in the know understand the importance of network security. MAVCOM offers you a range of options from selected brands, Cisco, Aruba, Fortinet, and more. And we're not just a supplier. We repair all major items sold. Whether you're a homeowner, private business, or government department, we have the ideal IT solution for you. And that's why we're the best of SVG. Give us a call at 432-TECH, that's 432-8324. Or visit us in Arnesville, diagonally opposite Randy's Supermarket. Follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Mavcom, technology done right.
Your favorite radio station is live on two frequencies, 104.3 and 88.5. Nationwide coverage from SVG's #1 radio station, X104.3 FM. We stay on top. Top.
The National Telecommunications Regulatory Commission was established in 2001 to regulate the telecommunications sector in St. Vincent and the Grenadines in collaboration with the regional entity ECTEL, so that consumers, telecommunications providers, and the country can benefit from a liberalized and competitive telecom sector. Some of the NTRC's functions include the ensuring of license compliance to service providers, investigating and resolving disputes and complaints between service providers and subscribers, management of the radio frequency spectrum, processing of applications for licenses and frequency authorizations, and the management of the Universal Service Fund, USF. Since 2008, with the establishment of the USF, the NTRC has undertaken several projects in which free Wi-Fi services has been provided to all schools, learning resource and community centers, police stations, and health centers across SVG. Since 2015, the NTRC has been hosting the My App Summer Program, which teaches teenage students the basics of coding and robotics, and sets a good foundation for them to showcase their skills in the NTRC's annual iCode784 competition, a platform conceptualized to guide our youth into careers and opportunities around innovation in the ICT sector, with an interest of ensuring all our citizens can communicate despite any financial challenges. The NTRC has subsidized programs such as our $10 per month internet for households and VHF DSC radios at $400. At the NTRC, our mission is to facilitate quality, relevant, and affordable telecommunication services, whether on land or at sea. Contact us at 1-784-457-2279. WhatsApp us at 784-498-8292. Visit our website at www.ntrc.vc. Follow us on Facebook, YouTube, and Instagram at NTRC SVG. We're located on the second floor of the NIS building. The National...
Ladies and gentlemen, and everybody that is here, we're going to be getting started very, very shortly. I'm just waiting for the official signal. But if you have not submitted your apps in the open category, this is your final call. Would like to big up all our sponsors that made this event possible, like the NTRC, Aspert News Network, Digicel, ECGC, King Computer, Sport Locker, the Internet Society of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Extreme FM, We FM, Tusty Water, Hot 97, Boom FM, Mavcom, Eyewitness News, 4 Imprint, also Radio Grenadines. Can't forget our good friends over at the News and the St. Vincent Broadcasting Corporation. Also can't forget Flow. Can't forget Flow. Oops, gotta find my zip. Also, what's this last logo right here? NIS. Thank you so much. Greatly appreciated. Can't forget NIS, right? Now, this is one of those serious messages. For those of you that don't know, in the open category, the first place prize is $5,000 and a flight of 2 tickets for 4 years from now to Barcelona, Spain in March 2023. Our second place prize is $3,000 and our third place prize is $2,000. Now, you're going to want to listen to me now, because anybody who is not present when you are called, you will be immediately disqualified. This is a serious competition and the prizes are very serious, and if you do not present yourself upon being called, you will no longer be in the competition. We appreciate your journey thus far. See you next year. Okay? So if you're not here, if your team is not here, get on the phone, give them a call, and make it happen. Very shortly, I'm going to be introducing you to the judges in our open category. We're going to be getting this started, and I'm going to be brave enough and go out there and tell you in less than a couple minutes. Just making a technical check with all our teams, our streaming teams as well, making sure that we are live and we're good for audio. Everything is cool? Great. In the finals this Friday, in our open category, finally, we have 4 judges. One is Imran Nanton, Emma Jackson, Adrian Old, and Ayadel Pompey, who will be joining us. Oh, Udal. Udal Pompey, who will be joining us virtually. Let me just make a check to make sure Udal Pompey is there. Udal Pompey, are you with us now? I'll let our technical team sort that out and get Udal Pompey on the stream as I give you some background information on our judges. Adrian Udal. Thank you, sir. I humbly apologize for butchering your name, yes? And Ayadel on live. Ayadel, are you there on the live with us? Fantastic.
Yes, I am.
There he is. See, looking like good weather, man. Good weather over there. All right, let me get into this and introduce you to our judges. First things first, welcome back to the grand finale of the NTRC iCode competition. We are here after a small break. We did have some Facebook voting before that in the previous categories. Now we're going to move on to our final category, which is the open category. And ladies and gentlemen, without no further pausing, let me introduce you to our first judge, Imran Nanton. If Imran could just put a hand up in the air and wave to the people. All right, good. For the persons on the live, that's one of our judges there. He is the owner of ITCS, a participant in the 2018 NTRC iCode784 competition. Mr. Nanton is currently the owner of ITCS, a technology-based company specializing in web cyber security, software and hardware solutions for other companies or individuals requiring such services. With over 10 years of professional experience in the information technology field in multiple certifications, including CompTIA A+, Network Plus, Security Plus, A certified Dell, Lenovo, and he is an HP service agent, right? Mr. Nanton's passion for coding as well as self-taught programmer drove his once previous goal of starting his own IT business and drives his future goal to continue contributing to the development and advancement of the technology sector here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. HP service agent, huh? You know what the HP stands for in HP? Some people are going to say Hewlett Packard, right? You know what it stands for. It stands for help, please. No, he didn't like that joke, all right? I own HP equipment, so, my whole office is HP equipment. Let's move on to our next judge, Adrian Odell. That's it right there. That's it. Good. Is a Barbadian-born attorney at law. But my goodness, let me give a round of applause, for Mr. Imran Nanton, our first judge, doing a wonderful job, getting all those certifications and doing all that work that you do. I know computers and servicing computers is stress, especially when the owners don't do what you tell them to do, right? We all know how that goes. Moving on to our next judge here, Mr. Adrian Odell. I just need practice at saying his name to redeem myself. Is a Barbadian-born attorney at law, practicing in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, lecturer of law, course director at the St. Vincent and the Grenadines Community College, and the managing partner of his own firm, Adrian S. Oda Law Chambers, also located in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. At Adrian S. Oda Law Chambers, they primarily focus on immigration law, family law, property law, company law, probate and criminal law. However, they are steadily expanding their areas of practice. Outside of his normal practice areas, he has interests that revolve around youth advocacy, offshore banking, social development, technology innovation, and the law concerning the environment, oil, and renewable energy. Wow. Beyond the law, he practices a bit of videography and photography. He is also a tech enthusiast with a wide range of knowledge on computer internals, consoles, both old and new, from the SCNS to modern day. Wow. You know what an SCNS is, right? Oh my gosh. Adrian, what are you doing with an SNES? Huh?
Classics.
Classics. Next thing you tell me you have a Commodore 64 or something like that. Well, Nintendo, if y'all don't remember the Super Nintendo systems. Our next judge, give Mr. Adrian Odell a round of applause, please. Very humble and accomplished man, I must say. Emma Jackson is our next judge. But her working career began as a teacher, obtaining a teaching certificate with the University of the West Indies in 1996. She studied multimedia technology and design with Brunel University of West London, UK, and graduated in 2001. In the following year of 2002, she started working with the then Ministry of Telecommunications, Science, Technology, and Industry as a systems analyst. She was assigned to assist with the formulation of the official government website, which was launched in October 2004, and the intranet in December 2005. Mrs. Jackson has undergone various training in information technology, project management, and leadership, training crucial to carrying out her duties. Presently, she is a director for the Public Sector Reform Unit in the Service Commission Department. One of her duties is to assist the ministries and departments with various reform initiatives aimed at transforming the delivery of quality service throughout the public sector. Let's give Mrs. Emma Jackson, a round of applause. Good afternoon, Mrs. Jackson. Our final judge, Mr. Pompey, who is live with us, is an entrepreneur and chief executive who works with public and private educational institutions, districts, and governments to improve the quality of education and operational efficiency. After spending 12 years as an educator and 20 years in the technology industry, he knows how to develop schools, maximize their potential through digital transformation, stakeholder engagement, and technology diffusion. He believes it's not about the technology, but the people leveraging it. As co-founder and chief executive officer at Smart Term Technology Limited, he has helped scale the company tenfold in just as little as 18 months. He is responsible for deploying educational technology to over 600 schools in the US, Canada, Jamaica, Trinidad and Tobago, the Bahamas, and 8 other countries, amassing over 1 million assessments annually. He has worked at companies in North America, South America, Europe, the United Kingdom, and the Caribbean. In 2018, he was named one of the top innovators in the Caribbean as a solutions manager for one of the global voting technology companies, Smartmatic. He was responsible for leading the election e-counting technology implementation for the London major election and the Scottish Parliament election. As a consultant to the USA-funded research initiative for supporting education, also known as RISE, in the Caribbean, he is leading the technology component for the university's trust to establish the Caribbean Educational Research Center. He is also an alternate director on the board of directors for the Eastern Caribbean Telecommunications Authority, as we all fondly know as ECTEL, establishing rules and procedures in a regulatory environment for the authority's directorate. He is a certified product manager with a master's degree in advanced computer science and information technology management from the University of Manchester and Manchester Business School in England. He also has a bachelor's degree in computer science and mathematics from the University of West Indies in Barbados. Let's give our online virtual judge a round of applause. 1 million assessments. Wait, 1 million you say? No, 1 million. Wow, that is a lot. It's very impressive, very impressive. This is our panel of judges. This is the level of competency. So be forewarned for all the persons in the open category. The judges have not come to play. They will be asking very in-depth questions. They will be going into your presentations, trying to understand them, to further rank and mark you in the categories outlined in this competition, which are in creativity, user experience, solution development, technology, sustainability. The only time we get just to have a peer vote is with you who are logged on to this feed, both on Facebook and YouTube. You will be able to cast your vote after all categories have presented, right? Now, if there are no disqualifications today, we are going to see not 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 groups present in the open category. It's going to be quite a day. So judges, are you ready? Everybody here ready? That don't sound so I need everybody to say yes, we're ready. I like you, huh? I like you. Without any further ado, we have our first group ready to present called TIPA. And what you're going to present is called Skyfall. The other way around. Skyfall is presenting TIPA. All right, let's get it done. Please welcome on stage Skyfall introducing something called Tipper.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Olia Charles, and these are my teammates, Afridon Daya and Kiana John, and together we are Skyfall, presenting to you our mobile application, Tipper, the ultimate application for all your events. For incentives, we have first dibs on event info. So we'll be in collaboration with event organizers. Why? Because our user interface is superior. If you happen to be registered as an event organizer, you get free entry to that event utilizing the same entrance methods.
Our features include event notification, the sharing of tickets with contacts and other user profiles. We have event information overlays. There is the hiring and of local and international performers on the app, and everything is all based off of geolocation. Our design features are just awesome. It is intuitive, and it uses official UX design kits, making it closer to the manufacturers of the Android and the iOS mobile operating system. Material U also used to team up the updates to come.
So, good afternoon. In addition to everything we mentioned, Tipper is not only an events app, but it caters for performers as well. So we can promote our local performers, or if an international performer happens to come into the country and you would like to purchase, book them for an event of some sort, you can do that. If you take a look here, we can see our UX designs, which would showcase adding somebody to the cart and your recent histories, description and location addresses, and real-time tracking as well. In addition to all of this, we didn't just go blindly and say, okay, we're going to build this app. So what we did all our UX designs, and on the first picture here, you can see our prototypes. So what we did, we actually got together and sat down with individuals and have them use the prototypes firsthand and receive their feedback. In the second image, we identified pain points that users would encounter and created a persona, so we have a good understanding of our target market. And we also have future insights for going forward in our application.
We will now present the app.
Cycling and onto the prototype. Sorry. So our app, the idea behind it is that it would spark innovation in other fields of technology. So you want to go to an event, you need beverages, so on. Maybe you can have a hyperlink to an application that provides those services, or public transportation services as well. Prototype. So this is Tipper's homepage on main screen. You tap sign in and you have the option to sign in with Google or email. All right, so we're going to go ahead with email and password. Right, so currently our email is skyfallparties@gmail.com, for example, and we're going to enter our password. Oh dear, magic fingers. This is the animation for our loading so far. So imagine a cup bubbling over, and this would be our home page. So our background is inspired of your location. So depending on where you are, you will get a different changing background. We have our banners here for events coming up. So if you take a scroll, we can see a past event which was color-fed and information. And if we click out of it, the overlay would go down. So as we take a scroll, we see all our events to come. To purchase tickets, you just tap on a banner, and all tickets available for purchase would have a card icon near them. You just tap and you continue, and this is our ticket purchase overlay. We have sliders with a bit of code, so you can see the price increasing and decreasing as it goes up and down. You can also tap, and to simulate our payments using payment services, we prototyped a Google Pay method. Not to get in trouble, we just did some UX design with our credit card and debit cards, and we'll go ahead and verify using fingerprint. After hitting purchase, you will get a notification and also another TOSO notification letting you know when those tickets would be available. So to access your tickets, you go back to home and you go into profile settings and select tickets. When you tap on a ticket, it would present to you a QR code, or you can also enter via NFC if the venue allows that. And no, okay, so if you notice the number goes down, in the prototype, it's, for example, you purchase 5 tickets, you are able to use these tickets once you have them in stock. So as you use a ticket, the number would go down. And if maybe a friend or family member wants to enter with your phone or something, we cater for these various situations, they can just tag along with you. So you can be the one person buying your group of friends these tickets. And this is the end of our prototype.
Thank you, Team Skyfall. We are now going to invite our judges to question this group on their presentation for the app Tipper.
Hi, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
You would have mentioned that there is an international reach for the app.
Yes, please.
Have you considered the issue of tax laws in those countries concerning those payments?
No, we haven't. It's just the exploration of the possibilities that can be available to us
Okay,
that we considered.
thank you very much.
Good afternoon. Thank you for your presentation. While you were purchasing the ticket, I noticed there was a slider and prices were going up and down. Could you explain to me exactly what's going on there? Because I saw the cost of the ticket was $60, but then I saw different prices, so explain.
The slider as the initial ticket, as in when it was on one, the price of one ticket is 60, but then the slider initiates the amount as you go up, how much amount you could purchase, whether it was 2 or 3, and then the price will increase as the numbers add, as in 60 plus 60 plus 60.
So it shows me the total
Yes,
for the
please.
number of tickets I purchased.
Yes, please. Also, in your cart, because then the 2 events that the sliders were therefore showing, it doesn't only show you the amount for one event, but then everything all in all, so that you can have an idea of how much exactly you're spending altogether.
Okay. So I'm an event promoter and I'm using your app. What's in it for me, or how do you get paid? Or should I say, and how do you get paid?
So what's in it for you? As you see, our user interface provides various methods of outreach in terms of promotion, so you're covered like that. As an event organizer, if you want to enter your own events, you have freebies on that as well. Percentage-wise, well, monetary-wise, we will be gaining from subscription services, maybe additional features like mini games and reduced prices, which would spark some monetary income. So that's how we'll be making money, that's how you'll be gaining money as well. It would also come as a double source of income to you because, of course, we are not omitting hardware tickets, as in physical copies, so those can be sold at regular prices, whereas you get reduced prices in the app. So based on users who might be slower to adapt the technology, you still make money both ways.
Great presentation, guys. Is there a feature in the app to, because I noticed if you purchase multiple tickets and you use one, the number will decrease inside of the app. Or is there any feature to transfer tickets to another user? Because I would find it hard to believe that you will have to leave an event to come back outside for somebody else to use your phone to get inside.
Yes, please. So to answer your question, when we were presenting, we outlined some features in upcoming updates, and one of them was the ability to share tickets with other user profiles and contacts. So if somebody in your contacts or user profile list has the app, you can share directly with them.
Okay. Thanks.
No problem.
All right, we thank you, judges, for your. If there's no questions from our online judge, sorry. And if there are any questions from you, sir?
Yes, definitely, definitely. So during your presentation, you mentioned that there are 2 ways to actually use the ticket from a consumer perspective. You have the NFC, and you also have the QR code that's generated. So at the actual event, at the door, I imagine there's some hardware for the NFC component, and then maybe there's another part to Tipper for the admins to use it. So explain, because the prototype you showed was only the consumer end. What about the admin end or the customer end?
Okay, so since we are in collaboration to the event organizers, at the door of whatever event it is, they will have a QR code scanner so they can scan the codes.
And speaking about the options for entering an event, We mentioned QR codes and NFCs. So it depends on what's available to the event planners at the moment. And of course, there's some back-end engineering going on. So we imagine it being automated, as in you have your database of randomized QR codes, and then as a user comes in and they scan, if that QR code is in the system and verified, then you have access. Yeah, and NFC, we notice a lack of NFC in the country. So there are payment services, and we don't really see the ability to walk into a store and purchase something. How easy or how much easier would it be to just walk, point a device, and that's it?
Okay. Sorry.
Continue.
Okay.
Go ahead.
And my final question is about your competitors. How much competitive analysis have you done? Are there any competitors in this space?
At the time, as I was showcasing in the presentation when we were doing the UX designs and prototype testing with users, there wasn't. However, we noticed that there is an app called Going in this competition, and we'd like to see how well they stack up to us.
Okay, thank you very much, guys. Good job.
Nice answer. Give them a round of applause. Our next group is the Red Lions, and they have an app called Roadie. Roadie. Our judges are just tabulating their scores at this time, both our virtual judge and our judges here with us in person, and forwarding on their scores to our auditor. Once that is done, we'll be moving on to the Red Lions and their app called Roadie. And I have the signal that the scores are in. Thank you, judges, for that and doing that so quickly. Without no further ado, Team Red Lions, are you ready to go? Boy. Rhea told me next year she's going to have a shot clock, you know, like, and when it counts down, you're out. Isn't that true, Rhea? We're just going to be sorting out some technical things here. I love it when we have people on the live, you know, and people watching this program and whatever not. You know what always interests me is the battle between Android and iPhone users. If you're on this stream live right now, you know, if you're an iPhone user, you know, tell us send us your little iPhone life. If you're an Android user, you know, you can send us a little. There's an Android emoji, you know, it's like a little robot. But there's not is there an iPhone emoji? There's not one, is there? Wow, seems like even the emoji platform favors Android, you know. I wonder how many Android users, I should ask the NTRC that question. How many Android versus, you know, iOS users are there in SVG? Yeah. You could tell me from the room. Oh. My judges, are you guys all iOS or some of you are Android? You're an iOS. Yours a Android, Emma? Interesting. Interesting, huh? Interesting. Show of hands for the iOS people inside the room. Meaning iPhone people. iPhone people, put your hand up. So the rest of the room is Android. Android people, put your hand up. Samsung. Oh my goodness. Wow. Let me go home, yes? Let me pack up and go home. Well. I wonder why that is. Red Lions look like they're ready to touch the stage. Let's give them a round of applause. Red Lions are in the building. And their app, well, their presentation is called Roadie. Roadie.
Good, after- Good afternoon. My name is Rakim De Freitas, and this is Renetta Nantan, my partner. Today we'll be telling you about Roadie. Roadie, start planning your adventure. What is Roadie? Yes, I know that you've never heard of it, but I'm going to tell you a bit more about what Roadie does. Roadie allows for the online exploration of St. Vincent and the Grenadines and maps the quickest route from one location to another. It highlights attractions and activities and also food establishments along that route. It gives users the option to explore with different transportation. Whoa, did you know that there's little to no information about prices for these attractions and activities? And there's little to no hotel rooms in these areas, especially the attractions and activities located in the rural sides of the islands. And our added bonus is that users will no longer meet dead ends. Our target consumers are tourists and adults with driver's license. So, as I said before, the app would map the quickest route from one location to the other. It provides the entry fee for the attraction and the prices for the activities. The user has the option to explore using their own vehicle or a rental vehicle or a van outfitted as a camper. And the app includes challenges. Okay, so some of the features of the app is a detailed map of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. A receipt would be provided for the user for every purchase made, the food establishments highlighted along the way, and the users can pre-order their food. Some of the resources and technology. Well, for resources, we need money to fund the camper vans and to get a secure location for the campers. We need employees to help us manage, and big data is our technology. Now we'll explain the app. Okay, so we will explain the app. This is our home page, and as you can see, you see St. Vincent, the Grenadines, and the challenges that you can do. On St. Vincent, you would see the different places that you can go to. And let's go to the Botanical Gardens. Okay, so under the Botanical Gardens, we see a little description telling us to visit or experience the oldest gardens in the Western Hemisphere. We see the prices for adults and children, and it's free. Sorry, not free. Free wasn't supposed to be hit. I apologize. It was supposed to be $5 for entry and $3 for children. And the opening hours, Monday to Sunday, 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. Okay, so now let's explore the Grenadines. Here we go directly to Beckway, and we see some of the things that you can do in Beckway. So we see Mapegi Peak, Moonhole, Princess Margaret Beach, the Beckway Heritage Museum, Lower Bay Beach, and the Port Elizabeth. Some of the challenges, we have Trailblazers, which is challenges related to hiking and trails. We have the Black Pearls, which encourages users to visit the black sand beaches. We have History Buff, and in History Buff, we have the challenge for you to visit 5 historical sites in 5 days. And you can see some of the historical sites on the app. And then we have Fascinating Falls, which is a challenge based around the falls in St. Vincent. Thank you. Wait, sorry. Not thank you, sorry. Okay, so here we have a map. We had some problems developing the detailed map. So we resorted to a Google map. And we also have a feature that allows us to see the an augmented reality to address the signage problem that we have. We can't find the feature, but thank you for listening to us.
Thank you, Red Lions. We are now going to invite some questions from our judges on their app called Roadie. How about we start with our online judge first, just to get that out of the way. Yeah.
Absolutely, absolutely. So, the first thing I want to ask about is your revenue model. How are you making money from the application?
Right, so to make money, we would use the vans and charge a fee for the users to use the vans per night.
So rental of the camper vans.
Yes.
Okay, and how much money do you need to get this business off the ground?
We need about 115,000 to purchase the vans, to get the materials needed to build the vans. Right, remodel the vans.
115,000, you said? Okay, okay. And then you also mentioned early on about transactions. Explain that a bit. Are you going to have a relationship with all these restaurants, which will allow your customers to order their food using the app?
Yes, we would have a relationship with the restaurants. We need to have a relationship with them to get the menus and the price for their foods, and also their numbers, their contact information.
Okay. Thank you. That's it from me for now.
Thank you so much. Now we move to our judges here in the room, and we'll take your questions to the competitors now.
Okay, good afternoon. Again, thanks for your presentation. Can your app exist without the campers, without the vehicles?
Yes, the app can exist without vehicles, but we won't get revenue if that is the case.
Okay. And you mentioned campus sites, locations. Have you identified any? As you're looking at getting the vehicles, have you also identified where those campsites will be?
Yes, we decided that the sites would be the parking lot of the attractions, so to make it easier and more convenient for the users.
Hi, good afternoon. I love the idea of the app. My question for you is, have you had any discussion with the managers of the property concerning the camping as well as the liability for any damage that may occur within these parking lots?
No, we did not have any discussions with the managers of these properties. And if we are not allowed to park inside of these parking lots, we have decided that we would fortify the vans with bulletproof windows, run flat tires, and just in case, as a precaution, just in case, because anything could happen, right? So prevention is better than cure, right? So yeah, we would fortify the vans just in case anything happens.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
No further questions. Thank you so much for your presentation. Prevention is better than cure, yeah? Thank you. As they tabulate their scores, and I wait for my auditor to give me the thumbs up, our next group is called Lyric, and their presentation is for something called Codex Text. Roll. I had questions, you know. Yeah, I know. These are great ideas. They are. They're very good. Don't forget to share the link on the live for everybody who is live right now. It's the evening time. I know some of you are at home. Some of you are at work right now watching this in your office, being productive while still watching the NTRC's feed, you know. Share it. Send it out. Make sure everybody jumps on and gets it done. We do have giveaways and prizes for people inside here today. You know, just gonna tell y'all that. And I'll see if Rhea wants to give away something to somebody on the live as well, you know. See how Rhea's feeling. Just waiting for my judges to give me a thumbs up, yeah? How much? 15% Android. Wow. 18 Windows and stuff like that. 18% iOS. For iPhone people. Boy, Pablo, you're in the bush. You're in the bush. Wow, boy. Well, I got the thumbs up from my auditors that they are ready. They got in the scores from the last group. Let's move on to our next group called Lyric Codex Text. Give them a round of applause, please.
Good day to all. We are Lyric. My name is Kayla Morris. This is Runel Primus. Directly behind me is Isaac Cepeda, and on my right, Luke Wilson. We are presenting our idea, Codex Text. We have all seen students walk around with very heavy book bags that are filled with even heavier books, and normally very outdated books. The books that they purchase are also sometimes not even used by teachers, which is a waste of money considering the expense books already are. So what's our solution? Our solution is Codex Text. Codex Text is an app that is designed to allow students access to their required textbooks from CXC. This will solve our problem. How? By creating lighter book bags. The government has already given all our students devices, from phones to tablets to laptops on occasion. So having an ebook will definitely make things easier. The yearly subscription that we're also offering allows students to have all the textbooks they need whenever it is they need it. This also provides cheaper books.
Why Codex Text? Well, why Codex Text? Well, from a questionnaire that we conducted with over 100 persons, these persons being students and their parents, which are our target audience, 50% of them said that they spent over $400 on textbooks, while only 8% of them said that they spent less than $250. This is yearly on physical textbooks. And of these participants, 100% of them said that they're definitely interested in investing in an app that will grant students access to ebooks. Furthermore, when we asked a key player in the Ministry of Education, they said that this is also something that they're interested in applying to schools in the future.
So how are we going to finance this idea? Without even looking at the tertiary level in education, St. Vincent and the Grenadines has 27 secondary schools with an average of 300 students per school. Now, our market size, based on those figures, is 8,100 students, assuming they all log on to the app. With a subscription of $100 per year, this gives St. Vincent and the Grenadines a revenue of $810,000 per year. So how do we stand out from our competitors in this? One of the competitors which were mentioned in our preliminaries was Book Fusion, and the one where we definitely stand out is our prices. Book Fusion's prices are currently on par with our traditional hardcover copied books, and our system will be much cheaper. So now we are going to look at our app.
So good afternoon, judges. When you open our app, you're greeted by the home page. On the home page, you have, on the first slide, you will have the book sorted by popularity and the sell by as well. So the most purchased would appear at the top. As you scroll down, you have the material sorted by grade level. So CSEC, CAPE, CSSLC. And you can enter them from here, or you can use the textbook option at the top. Then you can access the bookstore. Here you can search for any book you want. So for example, let's say I wanted the Econ for CXC, Economics for CXC. I click on that. And it brings up a page where I get the book, a bit of information about it, as well as the ability to preview it before I buy it, just to make sure it covers the content that I would like. So I open the preview, and I have right up to the table of contents. In the app, we also have the ability to take notes. For example, you're in class and you would like to take notes you would like to revise with later. So the Notes tab, and the ability to create chats with your fellow class members. We plan to assign students their own student ID, which could be used in chats when they create their account for the app. Let's go through the process of making a purchase with Codex. So you access the textbooks section if you would like. You click on the book, Economics, same as before, and you click Buy Now. It's not working for now, for some reason, but we also have the option to buy books as a bundle. So in case you're a student and you're like, similar to book loan scheme as my participant mentioned, where you pay $100 per year, and you access all the books at your respective grade level. So that would be in the profile section, and you could say purchase book bundle. So we have the CAPE bundle. The prices here, we revise them after when we did the assessment with the ministry. So you got $150 at first, and you can buy the book. You can buy now for $150, or you can go to the school's book loan scheme, as we said before, where you would pay at the school, and they give you a code to access the books through the app. And that's about it for the app. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lyric. We will now invite questions from our judges here in the room.
Good morning, good afternoon, morning. Okay, that was a good presentation. I just want to understand the fees, okay? So you mentioned $100, and then I see there's a bundle fee, and then we're talking about the loan, and then I'm seeing $17 and change for a textbook. Just explain to me what I'm paying for when I go on this app, or what aspects I should be paying for when I go on the app.
Okay, well, there's the option to buy the books individually, which is what you'd have seen with the $17. The option to the book loan scheme was also presented, and if you want to buy the bundle separately, like all the books, but that's just not through book loan scheme. So like if you're an independent party and you like to buy a bundle and you don't attend a school where you can obtain book loan scheme, then you'd use that.
Okay. So if I pay $100, I'm going through the book loan scheme.
Yeah.
Do I then own the books?
No.
Or when I pay $150, I get a bundle. Do I still own the books?
Yeah, when you buy the bundle, then it's for you. But when you go to this book loan scheme, it's a temporary thing, similar to how it operates currently.
Okay, so how would when I purchase the book, am I downloading it and I get it
Yeah. Well, it's on
off the platform?
It's on the...
So when you're downloading the books, they're downloaded on the app. For plagiarism, piracy, all that sort of concern, we would be using AWS, Amazon services, also cybersecurity to prevent those. Therefore, whenever it's downloaded to the app. It cannot be removed from the app. And when you stop paying your subscription, it's automatically erased from your cloud.
I can see your concerns about the payment. The app its main idea is for students in school, but we want to cater for students who are studying CSEC but are not in school. So the $100 is for those in school and would like to use it like a book loan scheme system. But if we can't extend privileges for persons outside of school, they're beyond the reach of the government, so their fees will be different.
Yeah, great presentation, guys. Just to be clear, is this a platform to basically replace the book loan scheme?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so and you'll be partnering with?
The ministry.
Right,
Yeah.
so who would it be handling the licensing agreements with the publishers of the books?
When it comes to that, because the Ministry of Education would already have certain connections with that, they would be handling a lot of the things with the publishers and the editors and the producers of the books. We would simply be handling things with the apps. So in terms of talking about prices and stuff like that, it would be talked through with everyone. Nothing is finalized as of yet.
And is there any questions from our online judge?
Absolutely, absolutely. And so, great presentation. What I want to understand is how I assume it's a revenue share between you and the government. Could you explain that?
Could you explain the question a little bit, please, so I understand?
Okay, so in your response to the previous judge's question, the ministry is going to be, they're going to be dealing with the publishers. And of course, the government is going to have to pay for these books. And then you are going to make the books available to the students on your application. And so the government would need to recoup the funds that they have spent acquiring the books. You already have pricing and so forth. So I assume that you would have already figured out how much money you're going to, give to the government, how much you're going to keep, and so that you can figure out what your margins are going to be in selling these books.
Well, we actually intend to sell the app to the government. Well, we are.
It's a private government partnership, sorry.
So the government will be using our funds to help maintain and we're going to be giving them the money for licensing and to deal with all of that, as well as to help pay for the students.
Okay, so if I'm understanding clearly, the government is going to be, you're going to build the app, but then you're going to hand it over to the government, who is going to maintain the app and so on. Am I getting that right?
we are going to be building the app. The government is going to be having part to do with the getting the books, getting the licensing. We would be helping in the maintenance. The price for that would be split between two because it would be split. I cannot tell you an exact price it would be split by. A lot of things still need to be, this is a design phase. A lot of things still need to be talked through in terms of revenue and what have you. But if you're going to be fair, we could say 50-50.
Okay. Okay. My final question. And so in your problem statement, you mentioned that you're looking at solving the fact that, some of our schools are using outdated books. And could you explain how your solution is going to solve that problem?
So based on the conversation that we would have had with that person in the Ministry of Education, books are being renewed on a 5-year basis almost. So when it comes to having the revised textbooks, if it is in print, it's normally taking longer to get revised and reprinted and gotten to the public. When it is an ebook, you can get it revised, drafted, published, and simply sent in a PDF document, what have you. That would allow it to be more accessible, much easier for the government in terms of outdated to get to the students than having to ship a whole container of books.
Okay. Thank you, guys. That's all from me. Thank you. Good job.
And we have one final question from our judge here locally as well.
Well, firstly, I really like the idea that you guys have. It's a very simple question. What's preventing someone from downloading the book and just distributing or screenshotting some of the PDF pages and sending it to their friends?
Right, so I would have mentioned cybersecurity. We have to discuss a lot of these things. One of the ways that you can prevent plagiarism, just copywriting from textbooks, is to prevent that screenshotting, as you would have mentioned. So Amazon Web Services, they have some cybersecurity features such as that we can use. Other applications that I know off the top of my head are like Webtoons that keep you from taking snapshots of documents or photos of comics, so you cannot redistribute them.
Thank you very much.
Also, like Netflix, you can't stream a video from Netflix and then share it. It will prevent such things from happening. And you won't be able to download these books off of the app. Everything will be within the app, and to access it, you'll need to go into the app, even if it's offline.
Okay, excellent. Thank you.
Thank you so much, guys. Good presentation, as my judges have said. As they tabulate their scores, we're just going to get our next group ready, which is JN Innovations, something called MedWeb. MedWeb. Huh? Yes, our next group, JN Innovations. They're not going to be introducing an app called MedWeb. I do apologize. It's something called Join Me. Join Me. So as I wait for my auditor to give me the thumbs up, we are just getting the final scores in from our virtual judge and also from our judges here in the room. Judges, we good to go? Yeah? Can my auditor give me a thumbs up in the back? Sorry. I have not seen a thumbs up from my auditor, so. We're already in 4 of 12. We're moving along at quite good pace here for everybody logged on. I'm enjoying myself. I hope you guys are as well. Just waiting for some of the final scores to come in. Awesome. I got the thumbs up from the auditors. We can get going. Let's give them a round of applause. JN Innovations, and their app is called Join Me.
Imagine you're all alone studying for an exam. They want to help, guide you, or keep you focused, or trying to do killer workouts, but they end up killing you. Have you ever wanted to do a TikTok trend, but you know you just can't dance? Is this you? Join me.
Doing better together. Okay. Many people don't know that they're ruining their health for the long term, and they often find it difficult to stop these bad habits. Some people may want to start new habits or make goals, but they don't because the ones they already do are so much easier and cannot find a substitute. With Join Me, users can engage in a wide variety of activities that would help them build, maintain, track, and their habits with others on the platform. We are going to target the Ministry of Health, Wellness, and the Environment because the app is going to affect your physical and mental health, as well as the general public.
So our research. So we interviewed 2 individuals, the system administrator at the Ministry of Health, who was Mr. Ballo. And we also interviewed the counselor at the St. Vincent Community College. So the feedback we got from them made us implemented some things into our app. One of them being you can link devices. You can link your phone to your laptop, your TV, or other devices. If I want to exercise and I'm in my living room, I can link devices. You can also seek permission to take out money out of your account for the premium packages. And also we're going to be implementing where we have professionals being employed in our app so that they can train persons to exercise, cook, to provide some structure and direction, as well as other live streamers from the public. So we carried out a survey where we interviewed 50 persons. We asked them if they think there's a need for this app. 96% said yes. We asked them if they'd be willing to use Join Me. 80% said yes. Out of the 80%, 45% said they'll use it weekly, 27% said they'll use it every other day, and 22% said they use it every day. And then we asked them to rate the app, and this is what we received from them. So the future expansion of Join Me. So in the future, we hope to have a Join Me store, so persons would want to get materials to partake in the activities. These materials can be found on a store instead of you going to different places in your local community to source these materials. For example, I want to do pottery. I can get a pottery package from the store. And also we'll be implementing virtual reality.
We will have security measures such as encryptions and firewall systems to prevent third-party interference. The app will also be able to block screenshots and screen recording. It will have a default safe search that can be changed as long as you verify your age, report restrictions, other users accept and decline invitations.
So now we'll present to you the app. So this is our app. So I can click the search icon.
Okay. Due to technical difficulties, the app we've presented will not be starting where it's supposed to start. However, you will be able to sign up and enter your first name, your last name, and then your age. Because the app is for 13 years old and above, you will not be able to continue with the app unless you are 13 years old. So You enter your email, phone number, your gender, your username and password, profile picture. You'll enter your habits, your good habits that you want to keep, your bad habits that you want to get rid of, and you will accept a terms and conditions that will outline the rules and regulations of the app, as well as the acceptance that you are 13 years old and above. And then the premium package will allow you to get ad-free, save live streams, and you will be able to get 20 or more people in your live streams and unlimited live stream time. To the home screen.
So the home screen, so I'll be able to click search, and I can see my reasons and suggestions. I can come out of search. At the top, you have a list of categories, study and reading, etc. I can click on one of the videos, which can be a video like this, where I can preview the video before I actually join the live stream. So I can look at the I button, which is the information, where I can see the description for the video. I can actually join. At the bottom, I can set a reminder. I can view the person's profile, the person who's starting the live stream, and I can also write in the comment section. If we click join me, I see that the person has just started their live stream, and that's me. When other persons join, they would be in a different color than my profile, and they'd be in a different color than the live streamers. I can share it, I can save it if I have the premium package. I can go in the comments, I can see the description again. I can like the video, or I can see the live streamer's profile. So I'm going to go out. So in this circle also, there will be upcoming live streams. So it is 10 today, and somebody's going to start a live stream at 6. They can make a live stream in advance so that the users can get a notification. I can see the history for the live stream, where I can see all the live stream I viewed, save live stream, or liked live streams. I can add a new live stream where I, as a user, start a live stream, or I can go to my profile. So at the top, you have search, where I can search for friends and make new friends on the app. I have my profile name, I have previous habits, current habits, and I have a goal timeline where I can put goals and I can see their description. I have a menu button where I can go to find the QR code to link live streams. I have a streak button, which can be used to show my activity on the app. If we go to progress, I can select a live stream, time the amount of minutes taken to do that live stream, where it will go directly to my weekly progress for a selected live stream. So I have a different graph for each live stream. And then I will also have my streaks. You mentioned everything? Mm-hmm. That's the end of our presentation.
Thank you so much. We're now inviting this time for our judges to question this group on their presentation.
Hi, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Well, I do commend the idea that you guys have. My first question would be concerning the sign-up of 13-year-olds. How do you plan to combat predatory and perverse behavior on the app? So, for example, you may have someone sign up with the sole intent of trying to expose themselves to other people. Do you have anything to combat that?
Yes, the app will be moderated by professional moderators that will be third parties looking at the videos, and there will be report buttons for the live streams. You'll be able to report live streams, and they will go to the moderators in real time, and they will be able to decide if this is a bad video, and it will take it down. There will also be like safe search, default safe search. So when you enter the app, unless it's been verified that you are older than 18, you will be automatically go to the safe search.
Okay, thank you very much. And my second and last question for you is concerning the sign-up. What criteria do you have to be met before you can sign up to be like a host on your website? Well, on your app, sorry.
So there will be two different categories. There are like the normal citizens who want to join the app just for enjoyment and for the benefits, and there are also the professionals, people who are there to help the citizens, and they will be partners with the app. They will be getting paid separately from the money made from the app from premium users, and they will set up on a different website other than the app.
Okay. Thank you very much.
No.
Do we have any other questions from our judges here in the room? Our online judge, do you have any questions at this time?
Yeah, thank you. Good presentation. I'm a little bit interested in hearing more about your virtual reality and augmented reality experience. What does that look like?
The virtual and augmented reality is just an extension of the app. So it allows people who have virtual and augmented reality to be able to use it to feel more immersed into the habits or goals that they want to achieve and the sessions that they do and the live streams.
So for example, as the guy in our video, he wants to learn how to dance. He has virtual reality. He can go in with that, and if there are other persons using it, he can see the other persons in the room dancing with him, like he's there in real life.
Okay. All right. My final question is about your marketing plan. How do you plan to get this application into the hands of all the users you're targeting?
Okay, we'll use other platforms to market our platform, like other social media platforms. We'll also use schools or the Ministry of Health, because this is an app to build new, better habits. So I think the schools will be interested in also partnering with us to ensure that the students, the teachers, or the Ministry of Education to ensure that the citizens of the country are becoming better persons on a whole.
Okay. Sorry, I have a final question. Sorry.
We're almost out of time there, but I think I got the final beep warning. Sorry, my friend, it was the final beep warning.
No problem. No problem at all.
Let's give them a round of applause. JN Innovations. That's what happens here. These ideas, they get so interesting, and you get into them, I would like to just make an addition to my protocol at this time and just acknowledge the presence of Siobhan John, Senator for the NDP. Good afternoon, my dear. You've been into this. You've been into it so much. I do apologize. We're all having a good time here. Watch, even the case on the phone, yellow boy. My goodness. Idiot. We love it. Moving right along as our judges tabulate their scores. and send it in to our auditor. We're going to make way for the next group called Astra One. And this idea is called Vinci. Oh. I keep getting caught by that. Huh? Don't forget to share it live. We are live on Facebook and YouTube. For all the people who are here taking in this experience firsthand, trust me, it's probably fun online, huh? I can imagine what the comments are saying, you know? It's all about the comments. We have a thumbs up. We're ready for the next group. So as the technical team clears the way, please make a round of applause for Astra One presenting Vinci.
Judges, fellow participants, audience, good afternoon. Imagine with me for a second. It's 7 in the morning, you're all packed for work and ready to leave. But your car just won't start. And you don't know an ignition plug, you don't know an ignition coil from a spark plug. You need to get onto a mechanic, but you don't know where to start your search. Specifically, a certified mechanic with proper experience and who won't rip you off. Enter Vinci. Making jobs easier, literally. Our original innovative application will be the perfect solution to this, as as well as a plethora of other similar situations within St. Vincent and Grenadines. Vinci is a well-refined, feasible solution to the type of problem in question because of its key features and how the app uses them to fix the problem. Firstly, users are able to view, search, and select various skills, services, and job openings. Now, these skills and services are relevant as well as relevant pictures, for example, of previous work can be posted by any user who has had their profile submitted and verified by us. If and when the user has selected a service or skill, a job opening that they're interested in, they can contact the person through a group in our end-to-end encrypted in-app messaging, or via that user's contact info provided in the app. Vinci would use machine learning technology to recommend similar posts of skills or services based on a user's previous posts or searches. It will be outfitted with the best technology so as to handle these data without lagging, and it will handle thousands of posts and pictures. And these large amounts of data will be stored on an online server, as that will be the most optimal method of storage. User experience. Vinci will benefit from the entirety of St. Vincent, as there's always a need for a person who has a unique skill, as well as the fact that there will always be job openings available, and persons looking to fill those openings. As such, by using our apps, it can only make life simpler, instead of having to find other less effective means for them to advertise these things. And to add icing to the cake, Vinci is also visually pleasing and will be easy to use and understand. Now
let's talk about the sustainability of Vinci. Our app has the ability to be almost fully self-sustained, as it will require little to no human interaction in terms of management, seeing as it will machine learn and thus reduce the human management. However, there will always be some things that will always require human management. For example, verifying the validity of the profiles that users will submit. Vinci will also have the ability to be financially self-sustainable, as within the application, various advertisements from Google's AdSense program, as well as local advertisements, would be present within the app. Users will also have a feature that allows them to donate money, if they choose, to the application, using a myriad of online secure payment methods, such as PaySwift, Dcash, as well as using credit and debit cards. It should also be noted that Vinci is a non-profit application, as everything that we would make from advertisements and donations goes straight back into the application to make it better. Now, get ready, as it's time for us to present the fully functional application that is Vinci. So when we opened the application, we are greeted with a nice splash screen stating the name and the application's tagline. Bear with me for a second, it's taking a while to load because of the internet. Okay, so when it loads up, we have just a little introduction to the app. So it makes it easier for persons to search, select, and choose the right person for your needs, as well as post what you can do for the persons that would be posting. Now, after that, we have our login or register page. When you register, you would have to enter your email and create a password and confirm it. But for now, we'll just log in. Now, when we log in, this is the main homepage where you would see the various services that would be available that persons would post. Here up top, you can see an example of what would be an advertisement within the application, as stated previously. So now, as we scroll down, we can see various services that persons have posted to the application. For example, automotive repairs, carpenters, as well as a short description here that you can see, and the person's day rate or monthly or hourly rate. So now, let me show you what it would be like if I click on one of them. So James John has a pressure washing service. It gives us a description of how many years experience that he has, why is he qualified to do the job, as well as his rate. And his rating that the users would rate, as you can see, has 5 stars. So now if I go ahead and click higher, the app would ask me how many hours of work that person would do for me. So for example, if I click 2 hours, it brings me to this checkout screen where, as you can see, his hourly rate is 100 and the total is now 200 because I selected 2 hours. Now here you can also choose your payment method. You can choose between a myriad of other payment options such as PaySwift, your credit cards that you would have added, etc. So now when I go back to the homepage, I can also go over to where I have job openings, all right? And these are the various job openings that persons, groups, or companies would have posted on our application, once again with a short description and the payment that they would get. This is what it would look like. The person will also have an apply button where you can click it and you can upload a file. Now, here you have categories that will categorize them based on what type of service that it is, plumbing, electrical, etc. Now, if I click right here on where it says your posts, it wasn't showing up there for a second. This is my profile that I would have created, Stanislaus Gomes, and these are my posts that I have here. As you can see how much people have viewed your post, and you can also view your past transactions that persons would have paid you or you would have paid persons using our application. That is about it for the application. We welcome any questions that you may have at this time.
Thank you so much. We are now inviting questions from our judges. So let them rip.
Yeah. Great presentation, guys. One question I have. If I were to use this service and I pay for a time slot, right, or a time frame, if the job goes over that amount of time, what is the procedure that follows?
Well,
the amount put in state in app is more like estimation, as well as because you have the ability to contact the person, you can agree, or maybe this work might be more than stipulated or shown. Well, I might feel it's shown. You can also probably bargain for prices, or if you're contacting somebody who's doing this work, they can say, all right, I think this might cost X, Y, Z instead of how much the app has stated.
And to add what my partner just said, seeing as you would have already picked how much hours that you would require, the person that's offering the services would see that Stanislaus Gomes wants 2 hours of my work, and that person should be responsible for making sure that they don't go over, or if they do, they make sure to tell the person, and then they would be compensated for any extra work that they would have done over the time.
Okay. One more question. In the event that the job is not fulfilled, right? Let's say the technician or the plumber or whoever doesn't show up, right? What is the procedure to handle those circumstances? Hmm? Yes.
Well, as we said, there's a human side of the matter, and there's some human verification that the job has been completed. As my partner just said, when you're selecting a job, you'd probably give them a bit more information about what exactly is needed in the job. So if that's not fulfilled, then we can always assess the conditions and determine a refund, as well as the ability to rate the person's performance. That would, if they rated poorly, that would deter them from being, they won't be shown as often on the app.
Okay, a follow-up to that question. So does the platform, the service you guys provide, keep the money in escrow until the job is complete? Or is the payment received on the other end before?
We keep the money just to prevent any stealing or fraud, somebody taking money and then not perform the work. So.
Okay, all right. That's it. Thanks.
Okay. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Thanks for your presentation. This might be obvious, but I saw $200 for the 2 hours of work, but I saw $210.
Yeah.
Explain.
I don't know if it's showed properly on the app, but there's a fee charge if you use our transaction through the app, sort of like a maintenance fee. So that's where the extra $10 came from. It's a 5% fee on any charges.
So when I sign up, my sign up is free.
Yeah, your sign up
when
is
I
free.
utilize the
Yeah,
service,
if you pay through the app, then
all services are $10 or
no, it's a 5%.
it's 5%. So all services 5%.
Once you
is
pay
what
through
you
the
get.
app. Paying through the app, yeah. If you pay in person, we'll make up that expense by using the ad revenue to compensate for that.
How do you verify the persons that you put their services up for grabs? How do you verify those jobbers?
Well, we'll ideally like to operate in a way that we ask background checks or, at least provide a form of identification in case something goes wrong. So that will be the main way of circumventing any negative.
And also, we, the human resources, would go ahead and perform background checks for any criminal activity or fraudulent past. That would be a red flag in posting.
All right. Thank you so much. Give them a round of applause, please. As we wait for the judges to put in their scores to our auditors, we're going to get the next group ready, which is called DM. And their app is called Tutor Me. It is not. Sorry. My correction is called Tutor Now.
Good,
Catch yourself there, boy. I'd like to thank all the sponsors that have made this event possible here today. This is not the effort of one, it is the effort of many, as you can see on our screens inside here. So many, right? So many. And without further ado, we're going to get this going. I have a signal from our auditors that we're cool, and we can start the next group. DM with something called Tutor Now.
Good afternoon, everybody. We are presenting Tutor Now, where e-learning may be your new way of excelling. My name is Kiana John, and this is Odia Charles, and we are DM. We understand that there are different types of learners. There are numerous persons with various educational levels and teaching styles, and the cost of enrollment into an educational institution is heavy for some, especially sending more than one person to school. We hope to provide both visual and audio-based learning with this app, also to expose various teaching styles and methods so that the choice is yours, and also to reduce the cost of extra education via the use of this app. Over the years, one of our problems and one of the highlighted features that we are basing this app off of is the passing rate of CXC, especially this year. Since 2019, there has been a steady rise in the passing rate, 2019 being around 74%, 2020 81%, and 2021 approximately 83%. But this year it dropped tremendously to a 66.55%. And we believe that with establishing this app, that the rate may gradually increase once again once students are exposed to extra learning or the ability to gain extra learning and resources. Which is why our target audience features students, teachers or tutors, parents who are looking for tutors for their children, and in collaboration with the Department of Education. We're now presenting the app.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. This will be our home screen for our app, Tutor Now. Here's the login screen. You first type in your email, your password, then click sign in. You will now tell to us your latest education, which is whatever is primary, secondary, tertiary. Then your school attended or attending. I am currently attending the SVGCC Technical Division. That would be what I would put there. Then my description, what my grades were, whether it's a document or a picture of my latest report card. This page, you will see our subjects, our tutors, the preferred names. You won't see actual tutors until you click a subject. So I'm going to click science. When I click science, I can see tutors. If I go on one of them, here we have Mr. John's page. Mr. John had the choice of picking a profile picture, but he did not. You will, at one point, see Mr. John in life when he actually does tutor you. So we have his name here. We click science, but here it shows you that Mr. John is qualified to also teach maths. For our bio, Mr. John has a master's in science and 20 years experience in teaching mathematics. After messaging Mr. John for some time, he will send you a card of his schedule. After this is all right with you, click tuition. You will type in your credit card number, then your CVC. Here you can click confirm or revoke. When you revoke, you will no longer want to make these payments, and Mr. John will never ever see you again, or at all, my bad. Or you can click confirm. When you click confirm, you will be informed that your tuition was successful. . which takes us back to the home screen, my bad.
This is our presentation, and thank you for listening, and use Tutor Now for quality learning.
Tutor Now for quality learning. Thank you so much. We're now going to go to our judges and field the questions that they have.
Okay, ladies. Thank you for the Tutor Now. My question goes straight to the profile picture. So how do I verify that I'm speaking to Mr. John, confirm, pay, and then when I go to Mr. English, he is the Spanish teacher, but then there's no profile picture, and then you run away with my money? How do you confirm that? How do you verify that and prevent me from spending or wasting my money?
Okay, to answer your question, we actually didn't get to add this feature per se, but we had opt, which would be in an updated version, that whether you upload a document or a picture, you have to upload some type of document that states your credibility, that confirms that what you're saying, whether your bio, the master's degree, whether it's certificate, whatever it may be for your teaching to be qualified, you will have to upload it onto the platform so that the students and their parents or whoever is signing them up can see that they are who they say they are. And with uploading a picture, it wasn't portrayed, but uploading a picture would also state your identity.
Are there any further?
Yeah. Good afternoon, guys. Quick question. After I pay for a session and it's in motion, who is facilitating the tutoring session? Is it the app, or is it out of the app, or like where is the tutoring app going to take place? Hmm?
Okay. So, firstly, our scheduling of classes will be in app, and also the actual classes held online. We have one of our other features includes direct communication, which opts for face-to-face learning if necessary, where the messaging comes in, and the extra scheduling, which would be another asset for tutors itself, because then they get to advertise their personal services outside of the app itself. But scheduling and the actual holding of classes will be in the app.
Okay.
Are there any further questions at this time? No? Online
Yes.
judge, do you have any questions?
Yeah, I have one question. How is this product going to be better than normal face-to-face classes?
Okay, to answer your question, it is an extra educational asset, which it doesn't necessarily interrupt your school hours or school learning, but then it is an outside thing, as in probably when you're after school, you schedule classes. And to state why it is better than actual face-to-face learning or in-school learning is because we offer a variety and we are versatile in terms of learning styles, as we say. We said in one of our objectives, we offer for audio learners, for visual learners, and we also offer face-to-face. So then we don't only cater for having online sessions. If you cannot manage online sessions, there are one-on-one sessions that you can schedule with tutor, or if there is a group of people that prefer the face-to-face extra learning, then that will also be scheduled because of the face-to-face learning that we cater for.
Okay, thank you.
So much, judges. And thank you, guys, ladies, for your presentation. We're going to move on to the next group as our judges put in their scores and get them into the auditor. And they are the SVGS Tech Innovations, correct? Is right? All right, good. And their project and app, sorry, is called Sign Master. Sign Master. Have the thumbs up from the auditors that we're ready to go. So, SVGS Tech Innovations, the stage is yours. Give them a round of applause, please.
Sign Master. I am Nathan Warwick, and this is my colleague, Isaiah Tony. Contents of presentation. Introduction, creativity, user's experience, problem and solution, technology, sustainability, and closing. Introduction. Sign Master is an application that enables the general public to communicate with persons who are mute. Problems.
As more deaf or mute persons move into the regular school systems, we need a way not just for teachers to communicate with them, but also for students. As the population in SVG and the rest of the Caribbean continue to increase, there are going to be more deaf and mute persons. This is why we would like to target at least 45% of the population to become fluent in sign language. Stop discrimination against mute and deaf persons.
Solution. Sign Master is the solution. Sign Master will help us to learn and translate sign language, which would enable us to communicate with deaf or mute persons within our community and even worldwide. Stop the discrimination. Creativity. Sign Master is an app that will take SVG and the rest of the Caribbean into the future of communication. Although it is not the first of its kind, it's unique to others in that because of the video to text translate feature. How it works. So firstly, you enter your email or Gmail account info. A confirmation code will be sent to the user to ensure that their account is valid. Enter your payment if you're getting the premium ad-free version of the app. and then choose the number of classes you desire per week and the duration.
Users experience. This app uses GUI or graphical user interface, which is very user-friendly and visually appealing to the eye. The tools are clear and simple, which makes it easy to use for persons who aren't the most technologically savvy, as we are catering for. It is designed like a game. There will be many different levels with each their own different courses. Each course has an allotted amount of points, which is calculated on the leaderboard. Login. You are able to quickly and easily sign up with a wide variety of accounts: Gmail, Facebook, Yahoo, etc. Video to text translation features. This can be used by persons who may not want to go through the entire lengthy process of learning sign languages. Users can upload a 50-second video, and Sign Master will be able to translate this video into text using motion capture technology. This is our home page, our login page, and the course selection page. And then this is where you put in the length and the frequency of your courses. The tests and the leaderboard is shown above there.
Selection of classes. Users are able to choose from a number of classes along with their desired time frame. Courses. Though it may take months or years to become fluent in sign language, the courses are designed to meet any user's end goal. Leaderboard. Upon completion of a course, users are awarded points as a form of motivation. The top 3 users will be displayed on the leaderboard.
Sustainability. This app will use the premium, which is the ad-free version, and ads to make money. 75% of money will be made by ads, and 25% by premium.
We will now show you our presentation. So first, this is our loading page. Then you can either log in or sign up. We don't have an account, so let's sign up. You could sign up with any one of these, but let's choose Gmail. Select your language. Let's do ASL since BSL looks complicated. The length of our classes, I think I can put 20 to 30 minutes into my schedule. Welcome to Sign Master, time to learn sign language. This is the courses. Let me do my first course. This is A, that's B, and that's C. Which of the following is A? It's the third one. Now let's go to search. Let's search for level 2 courses. It's locked, but when I get to level 2, I'll be doing basic words, basic sentences, and greetings. Let me go to the translate feature. And then I click translation, and the translation is, I am from SVG, where are you from? And that is how our app will look. Thank you for listening. Do you have any questions?
Thank you so much for that. We will now field questions from our judges on this app.
Okay, good afternoon, young men.
Good
Good afternoon.
You said your intention is to get 45% of the population knowing sign language. What was your reasoning behind the 45%? Why 45? Why not 20? Why not 75?
If we have 45% of people learning sign language, then they could assist in teaching other people sign language. So the more people we get to learn it from the app, they could also help us to teach sign language.
Okay. My next question, I noticed you have the YouTube videos. Firstly, is that a local video? Is somebody locally who did that video?
A lady who goes to my church did a course at UE in sign language, and she did the video for me.
Okay, so how do you intend to populate your app with videos like that?
We plan to make advertisements and social media.
I'm talking about the actual sign language. How do you intend to get more videos like that onto the app?
It's not really about videos, it was just that we had to use a video because we couldn't do it live. It's more of a live translation.
We used the video because we didn't know whether or not we would be able to do it live, but you could use your own videos to do it.
Are there any questions from the judges here, or any questions from our virtual judges on our virtual judge online?
Yes, thank you. So I want to be clear. For this app, you are targeting people who are not deaf and blind and mute? Or are you also targeting persons who have those disabilities as well?
We're targeting all persons, both deaf and mute, and people who could talk.
Okay. So thank you for that. So tell me a little bit about the accessibility features that you're going to build within the application, because there are lots of people who are deaf and also blind, and they have a multiplicity of different disabilities. What accessibility features are going to be in your application?
Okay, so we are catering for them, but that is still currently on the development. Maybe in the future, we could implement a text-to-video feature, text-to-speech feature.
Okay, and my last question. You mentioned in your presentation, stop the discrimination. I'm interested to kind of learn more about how these persons are being discriminated against.
So in my community of Oreo, we actually have a mute person, and I can't remember her name properly, but people call her dummy because she can't talk.
And she is also treated differently from other persons within the community.
Okay, I understand. All right, thank you guys. Good job.
Thank you so much for that. Our judges are going to take their time now to just talibate the I keep doing that all day. Tally up the scores from the last presenters. Boy, today's going to be crazy. I told you we're going to have some gifts and some awards a little bit later on. I told you that the people on the live as well, you're going to be able to win something there might even be a lucky person in this room that's going to walk away with something here today. It might be you. If you're not a winner today, you might defy the odds and just be the one. Our next group coming up on stage is Astra 2. We saw Astra 1 early on. Now we're seeing Astra 2. I like the name, right? And I'm going to try my best to announce the name of this thing that they're presenting. It's called Quexel. Excel. Quexel. 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 Spelled Quexle. Quexel, right? Let's give them a round of applause. Astra 2 making their way to the stage. Just going to remind the judges that when you hear that beep during questioning, that means it is the end of questioning time. Judges, you good? You need to stand up, make a little stretch, a little shake off here, all right? Yeah? Need some more water? Anything? Right? Some water would be good? All right. Got the okay from the auditors that you guys have done the right thing. Thank you so much, judges, once again for doing the wonderful job that you have been doing. Without no further ado, Astra 2 with Quexel.
Judges, fellow participants, audience, good afternoon once again. It's now 9 a.m., 2 hours after your car has been professionally repaired. Rain is pouring and thunder is rolling, yet you have to go to work. You get ready to leave, you get ready and leave home, but halfway there, you're listening to radio and hear a statement about how a landslide occurred blocking the route to work. If you were notified about this before, you would not have gotten ready and left, thus saving you valuable time. And judges, we all know, time is money. This is where our mobile application comes into play. Quexel, double the app, double the news. Through our research, we have found that Quexel will be the perfect solution to all the news-related problems in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, one of which being that persons need a proper medium as to be more conveniently informed on the happenings within St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Quexel will have all the information that you need as soon as possible in an easy-to-understand format with clear subcategories, including news, weather, events, and more, in one accessible place. It will be a reliable source of all this information, as everything will be obtained through trusted news networks. Lastly, it will also be extremely fast in having this information as it will be updated in real time. It is without a doubt that Quexel is innovative and creative. It is the first proper application in St. Vincent that has all the needed news stories and articles about everything you could possibly want in one place that is accessible to anyone with an internet connection. Additionally, it will allow for easier access to this information and news reports for the public of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. User experience is one of the most important parts of great applications, and part of that is the app's target market. Quexel is targeted towards and will benefit the entire public of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Part of the reason why Quexel's user experience is so good is because it solves a myriad of problems relating to news and SVG, such as authenticity, outlets having different news information, and much more. We have also made sure that when creating this app, that is easy to use and understand, as well as visually pleasing. We aim for Quexel to employ features so as to keep up with the readily changing technological world. Firstly, Quexel will have the ability to machine learn, as it will be able to categorize reports into their respective sections and present them to users based on the previous search trends. Quexel will also have the ability to cloud compute, as it will be retrieving information from our online server to present in the application. Quexel will also handle large amounts of information efficiently without lag or slowing down. And last but not least, Quexel will have the ability to handle payments through our online donation platform, which is not mandatory to use the app. Now, let's talk about the sustainability of our application. Quexel has the ability to be fully self-sustained, as it will require little human interaction in terms of management, thus reducing human input required for the app. KEX will also have the ability to be financially sustainable, as within the application there will be several advertisements along with Google's AdMob program. Within the app, users will also have the feature to donate money to the application using various payment methods such as PaySwift, Dcash, and bank transfers. It should also be noted that KEX will be a non-profit application, as everything that will be made from advertisements and donations goes straight back into making the app better.
Now, how exactly does Kexel work? There is an online server that hosts all the various information, whether it be the news, weather, or even various events. The application then retrieves this information from the server anytime the server is updated, such as pictures, dates, and even links. The application then presents this information on the application in an easy-to-read and understand format, as well as notifying the user anytime new articles are available for them to read. We would have to input those new articles that are available into the server, as there is not yet a way to have that process automated. However, we are working on that. Now it's time to present our working prototype, Kexel. So when you load up the application, you're first greeted with a sign-up page where you can continue with Google or Facebook or just log in. But for now, we'll just continue as a guest. So this is the home page of our application. It is also where the breaking news is featured. So we have a horizontal scrolling mechanism here that you can scroll across and see all of the various breaking news in St. Vincent at this time from various news articles, news outlets. For example, you can see in the top left-hand corner that this particular post is from the Vincentian, and it was posted on the 2nd of November. So if I go ahead and click one of these articles, it brings me into the actual article page where it tells me who wrote the article, James Dean from the Vincentian newspaper on the 2nd of November, as well as the actual news article. This is just a preview, that's why it's so short. And you also have an option here to save this article so as to view it easier at a later date. I forgot to show you. You also have an option up here on the top right-hand corner to share this article. When you click it, you can share through WhatsApp, whatever you want to share it through. So when you go back to the home page, you can also filter the news via the categories, which are sports, politics, local, health, and miscellaneous, or by the news company, which are listed there. So if I go ahead and go on to sports, bear with me for a second, okay. So this is the sports category where you can see all of the various sports-related news reports in St. Vincent following the same outline as the main page. And once again, when you click it, it gives you everything that I already stated before. The same applies for when I go to the politics section of the page, as well as the local or domestic news. You can also use our search bar here to search through various news articles or by the company or by the category or whatever you would like. Now you can go ahead and go into the menu here by clicking the Kexel icon, where it would show your username, your email address, phone number. And right here you have an option which we stated to donate to the application. And we can donate using our credit card or by using PaySwift, Dcash, or by bank transfer. And also,
yeah, when we designed Kexel, we also had in mind that our app would be able to, well, send out alerts. So in case the government has an emergency and they would like to have it posted immediately, all users with the app would be notified once that is sent out. So it's probably a shutdown, natural disaster coming, flood watch, or volcanic eruption, similar to what happened last year. Then users will be notified. Well, push notification will be sent to users.
And that concludes our presentation. We welcome any questions you may have at this time.
Thank you, gentlemen. At this time, we're just going to move swiftly into questions from our judges, starting with our online judge first.
Okay, sure, thank you. I'm not sure if I heard correct, so I'm trying to get this right. in your sustainability section of your presentation, you said that there's not going to be a lot of human interaction. But then when you talked about how you're going to get the news items on the app, you said it couldn't be automated, so you're going to have to get someone to put the news items on the app. Explain what you meant in both cases.
We're referring to the fact that, well, as the articles are posted on various news websites or outlets, they can be gathered by application. But it'll need somebody to upload it to the server, and that will happen from the news outlets end. So the same way they send out newsletters as soon as something is put out on Facebook, there will just be a form, they just insert the tags, the description, and the picture they would like to be posted, and then it will be uploaded onto our app. So that would be the user, well, the human interface on that end so far.
Okay, thanks. And then my final question is about your relationship with the news agencies, because if you are going to be making money from their articles, I want to understand what type of agreements you're going to have with the news agencies.
Well, the main goal is that it's non-profit, but we also we had discussions with Searchlight and Vincentian newspaper, which we highlighted in our preliminary, and they were on board with it. Well, they were supportive of the idea as far as they told us. And, well, mainly because the point it gets their news articles out to a wider public, because instead of having to go to an individual site, the mass is presented with their news on one app.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Good job, guys. Thank you. That's all from me. You may have other questions.
Okay, good afternoon.
Afternoon.
You answered the question I had from Pompey, but my next question is, you have a donation section. How are you going to sensitize persons or get persons to actually donate? Saying that the whole site is already free. Why do I need to donate? How are you going to make me do that?
Well, we're really just relying on humans being good in their heart, just helping us out, because we're providing a pretty good service in terms of getting all the stuff they would need to make their life easier. It's only optional, so we don't require donations, but it will be grateful in terms of getting a bit of extra financial help.
And to add what my partner just said, when the user uses the app, they technically would also be helping us, because they will be viewing the ads, which would then generate revenue for us. So, yeah. All right, thanks.
That's it for the questioning? Beautiful. Give them a round of applause. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for your presentation. Our judges are just going to tabulate their scores as we wait on our auditors, but that's not going to stop us from introducing the next group called Lyric. And this app is called Medi Guide. Just going to do some technical setup as we wait for that, and then confirm from our auditors that the scores are in. Auditor. Auditress. You know, this year, a lot of the activities for the NTRC have gone virtual. You can see we have a judge here, virtual as well. We have to big up Platinum Sounds for their work here in these wonderful screens that are inside the facility here today. The technology abounds. We even have an electronic voting system. We have online voting, using less and less paper here as we move on into this competition as the years go by. It's very impressive. Once again, give the NTRC a round of applause for me, please, on their efforts and utilizing technology as well. After everything is done here today, don't forget that you can vote. Of course, you can vote. You can also chime in your opinions And Facebook voting is actually 15 minutes. You get a lot of time to vote and give your opinions on this open category here as well. For those of you who have joined us a little bit later and you're wondering, well, what is the prizes for the open category? It is $5,000 for first place plus tickets to Barcelona in Spain in March of 2023, where you'll be able to attend. 2 persons from your team will be able to attend 4 years from now, which is a great competition, and you'll see that. You can look it up on YouTube and get some more information on it. Second place is $3,000, and third place is $2,000. So that is what everybody is vying for here today. And without no further ado, a next team that is vying for that big prize is Lyric with their idea called MediGuide. Stage is yours.
That's what I'm talking about. MediGuide. So, who are we? My name is Isaac Cepeda. This is Ronald Primus. This is Kayla Morris. And this is Luke Wilson. And our app is MediGuide. So, a couple months ago, I went to the hospital nice and early to get a really general service completed. But it actually took me about 4 hours to get it done. This time was split across from me getting from area to area, even with the help of the doctors and nurses. We can see here our problems arising.
So our main problems here being the hospital environment is inconsistent, inconvenient, it's a hassle to traverse, and the environment is very user unfriendly. So what is our solution? MediGuide, of course. MediGuide is an application that allows the user to see which services are currently available, well, when these services are available, and their locations at the Milton Cato Memorial Hospital. We will utilize map technology for you to be able to find these locations.
So, who is our app intended towards? Our app is mainly intended towards young adults and teenagers of the Vincentian population, while we can acknowledge that this app will help anyone once you're using the Milton Cato Hospital, which is a service for the general population. Next slide. So, the technology that we will be using in our application and that we aim to use are, firstly, we have a digital map with the layout of the hospital, in which the user can use their location, and the app will know where they are, and they can say what service they need to get to, and the map will show them the quickest route there. Also, we will have QR codes, as some devices have very poor location services. So once you're at the actual hospital, there will be QR codes in place throughout the actual building, and you can scan it, and the app will know exactly where you are, and you can tell the app where you need to go, and it shall pinpoint that path for you. Also, in the future, we would like to use augmented reality, in which the user can use their camera as well as their location to actually show them the highlighted path throughout the hospital itself. When it comes to our research, we spoke to some personnel from inside the hospital, as well as people who would frequently use the Milton Cato Hospital as well. So, the general consensus is that the hospital is very unfriendly, not only for those who use it, but for the doctors themselves, as they find it very annoying when they tell a patient that they need to go somewhere and they get told that they need to go somewhere else. This reflects poorly on them and reflects poorly on the hospital as a whole. And this is a very bad thing, especially because we know that the hospital is where we can have both life and death situations occurring. And now we begin the showcase of the application. Thank you.
Yes, welcome to MediGuide's homepage. At the top, we have a search bar where you can search for search for categories. And below that, we have the notice board. This gives notices based on their importance and as well as their recency. So you can click on it for more information, scroll through notices. So we can see that the blood bank will be open at 10 instead of 9 today. So blood donations will start later. And we can also see other notices from previous times and about previous incidents as well. Going back to the home page, we have the main section of our app where you have different options to navigate our app. So first we have the Our Services section, which is where you can check out all these services currently offered and their status. So we click on that. So let's say we would like to view what's up with radiology. We get, it's supposed to be a pop-up here with the information about radiology and as well as any pending issues or notices, but it's not currently showing up. Then we go back to home. At home, we can also go to the doctors. So in case you're trying to find a doctor, you could go through all doctors currently, and you can see where they're stationed. So you can see they have Nigel Samuel, Raquel Wilson, currently in Milton Kate Memorial Hospital. We can get a number for them or their location. And as well, we can filter the doctor by the service they provide, such as cancer or oncology. And we see all the oncologists currently available. And we can get contacts and locations. And once again, return to the home page where we have the contact section where you get the numbers for all the district clinics, hospitals, or healthcare centers within all the communities. You can call the numbers from here. You open up your phone if you click on one. And that's about it for this section. The center row is for users. If you create an account, you'll have access to center row. If you don't create an account, then you won't have access to the center row. We logged in previously before, just for the sake of the presentation. But here, you'll be able to see information about just the general hospital and healthcare. And then there's My Care, which is where you would view your appointments and so on. We currently have nothing there because it's still a work in progress. And then you can also see your results based on tests you've conducted in the past. And my teammates and group members spoke about the ability to navigate the hospital using our app. We currently have a map section showing the health facilities within St. Vincent and Grenadines. It's interactive, as well as you have tours of the specific health facilities. For example, you have a Milton Kate Memorial Hospital right now, which is why our bulk of our presentation was on that. And we are coming to other health facilities in the near future. So we click on that. So the only current tour we have now is the hospital entrance to A&E. This is because when we went to the hospital to ask for permission to make the tours, they said they would like a formal request professionally done because it would infringe on the privacy of some patients. So this is as far as we could have gotten currently. So if we click on that, it was supposed to take us to an interactive tour where it shows you the route from the hospital entrance to A&E. And then we have the medicine section. We all know how hard it is to find medicine within St. Vincent and Grenadines. So here we had the tab where you can find a list of all the medication, and if you want to search for something, say if I want paracetamol, it's right there anyway. But I can click on it, and I can see which pharmacies has it available or unavailable, and what price. The way we did this is, a while back we worked on an app called Bintrust that used pharmacy data, set up a database with any pharmacies, and that would just pull data from that to determine what pharmacy has what. And then we have the emergency section, which is just a button to really, in case you're in an emergency, if you click it, it would send a ping to the nearest healthcare provider. And I think it will also call the police, basically. Thank you. That's the end of the presentation.
Thank you so much for that. Just going to move swiftly into questions from our judges. Our judges here locally. Fire away.
Good presentation, guys. I have a quick question. Is there any internal tools that will be given to the medical professionals that will contribute to the app in any kind of way?
Can you repeat that?
Will there be any internal tools given to the medical professionals in the hospital that will contribute to the app in any kind of way?
Okay, so just your question, we do plan to, well, collaborate with the Ministry of Education to have some sort of training put in place on how to use our application. There will also be a doctor's side of the app, so when they plan appointments, they could assist, well, they would have to plan the appointment with you through their side, as well as it would help the doctors to become more comfortable, and it would help them to be more aware of the situation they're working with in terms of planning for patient care and going forward, because we all know doctors have scheduled us for something this time, and then something comes up, it has to be pushed back, so on.
Okay, thank you for your answer.
It might be a follow-up to this. Good afternoon. My question really was, I noticed you had all other features, but I didn't see a feature for making an appointment. And I noticed you mentioned something of an appointment. Would you have an appointment feature here, or this doesn't apply to this particular app?
Well, the purpose of the app is more to like track appointments rather than make it. So our app, if you make an appointment with a doctor, because it's a public service, we can really schedule appointments for you. So if you and the doctor agree, well, at the hospital, the doctor schedules you for this time, it would give you a list of the appointments you have, and probably, well, not probably, it will have a list, like the prescription you would need after the appointment, so you can go and check it out.
Is there any other questions, especially from our online judge?
Yes, thank you. My question is, well, surrounds the sustainability aspect of the project. How are you going to make enough revenue to sustain and maintain this solution?
Well, the main purpose is a government-owned app, so it's for the public. It's not really, the main goal is not to make a profit, but in terms of sustainability, we do plan to have ads in the pharmacy section, which is where, not to take away from the rest of the user interface or the importance, but just in the pharmacy section, just so that pharmacies can advertise there and so on, but nothing else major to interrupt the usability of the app.
Okay. My second question is around, I noticed the intention is to have a map of all the healthcare facilities across the island. Do you also plan to do that for the pharmacies as well? So when you go to the hospital, you get your prescription, you figure out where these pharmacies are, the pharmacies that have the prescription in stock. Are you going to also provide that for the pharmacies as well?
Providers, well, the healthcare centers, because they're the most important part. We do have a list of pharmacies and their locations already, so that won't be too hard to integrate, but in terms of actually getting their stock, their database on board would be the most strenuous part. But for now, we're focused on the main, or the more important part, which is just the healthcare providers and the health centers, hospitals, well, hospitals ideally.
Thank you.
Okay.
I'm so sorry. We are out of time for any more questions. Thank you so much, judges. We will now tabulate scores. Well done. Almost there. We have 3 more groups to go, and I will mention anybody when we call your group and you're not present. Unfortunately, you will be disqualified, and fortunately, nobody has been disqualified today. A lot is up for grabs. There's a lot of work to do here. The judges have their work cut out for them. So let's move on to the next group called Network Nebula, and their app is called eTravel. Yeah, eTravel, right? As we technically set them up, just going to let the judges tabulate their scores. See, I got it right now, tabulate. Tabulate their scores and send them off to the auditors. I see you. We have a thumbs up from the auditor. Hey, good stuff. So, eTravel from our next group here. Let's give them a round of applause.
We are Network Nebula. My name is Isaac Cepeda. This is Richard Days, and we are presenting eTravel. So, a couple weeks ago on a Monday morning, I'm kind of new to catching vans, okay? So I wanted to get there extra bright and early, so I had no excuse to be late. Lo and behold, I was at my gap at 6:30, and I caught a van at 11 o'clock. I already told my friends I was gonna be at that gap, so when I got to school, I got shame up for being inadequate enough to catch the van, right? So on another day, I tried to get a ride up to Georgetown, since those are the vans that I would usually take. So I thought if I could go to the source, that I would get a van quicker. But on my way up to Georgetown, from where I normally catch vans, there were around 7 other bus stops filled with people trying to catch the same van as me. Here we can see huge amounts of problems arising.
First, we see our first problem. The use of public transportation is inefficient. This can be seen as you have no way of knowing when vans are coming, and the vans that do pass may be full. There's our second problem. And noticed by observing vans in general, driving rules are not enforced and vehicular integrity is not regulated. Vans can be seen speeding through any part of the country anytime. Lastly, the van experience can be very inconsistent, as it takes a while to catch a van some days, and others it may only take minutes. Some vans may also take obscure routes to arrive to their destinations.
So, how will we solve this? We have a plethora of features that we intend to use in order to combat these issues. We would have live tracking with vans so that we can see where the vans are and how far they are from us. There will also be a calculation for time to say how far they are from us. Obviously, this will not be entirely accurate, as the vehicles would have to make stops or traffic could come on the way, which leads into another feature that we have. There would be basically a feature that would display when vans are moving very slowly due to some sort of issue, whether traffic or whether there is a block at the road. And when there are multiple of these basically cautions happening through multiple vans, the Ministry of Transport will be notified so that they can send the necessary personnel to deal with the issue at hand. We also allow for online reservations. So in the example, in the scenario I gave earlier, when I was at my gap in Baraboo, I could reserve a slot in a van from Georgetown with an increased fare to compensate that slot being void for said van. We would also have transport information being shared, so that van will share their number and contact information in case they need to contact their passengers, or so that their passengers can identify which van they want to take. We also have incentives in order to bring in these said vans, as the actual adoptability of technology in the transport industry is quite low, and we want to basically make it more enticing. We also have safety regulations, because as the van speed, though we may not actually record which van is speeding, we will know which zones are more prone to speeding and which zones are more prone to traffic, so we can send the necessary personnel to analyze this information and to plan accordingly. The van app will also be accessible to all to ensure that the population can benefit from it.
Technology. So what technology do we utilize? We'll be utilizing Google Maps integration as well as live location tracking services to locate and track the vans.
So in our timeline, before the application is actually released, we want to have the government allocate the funds and contact the firms that will actually be giving benefits to the vans. Some of these benefits would be maybe free check-ins to also help with the safety regulations to keep these vehicles up to par and under regulation. So that's one of the ways we will be combating that. The government will also manage transportation, as they could maybe see, look, vans from Evesham are actually at there are more people that require vans from Evesham than there are vans for Evesham. So the government could actually have government vans essentially going through these routes that are less seen or underappreciated. We also, after the app release, the information will be gathered and analyzed, and then further on, the transport system as a whole will be revised and reworked to suit the needs of the population. Now we will go into the display of the application. So let's go straight into it. At first, we'll have our login and sign up page. We can go into sign up and we can put our first name, last name, email address, password, and so forth, so forth. We can also log in here, so that's what we'll do for this demonstration. So now we are at our home screen. Here we can see the van, the eTravel will have our location, which is at the church, and it would actually show us the vans around us, as you can see in those black markers. At the top up here, we have our bus stop that we're going to set to Tokyo Windward, as today we would want to be going to Mespo. So we're also gonna set our destination to Mespo. We're gonna visit our profile page over here. We have our things such as profile settings, our location. We can have favorited locations. So let's say I need to get to work. I just tap on the favorited locations, which would be work, and it'll take me to the vans that are currently on their way that will go to that route. Also, we can have pending reservations, as when you reserve a slot from a van, you have to wait for it to be accepted. So we'll have that slot for you so you can know when you actually are accepted. If we go to the left right over here, we have our favorites. So here we have our favorited routes, which are Georgetown to Kingston, Mespo to Kingston, Kingston to Villa. It also shows us the prices for those for traveling that distance, as well as the prices if there were to be children involved. We can also unfavorite, as well as if we click on these favorited locations, it takes us straight to the vans that would be covering that route. Here we have our favorited vans. As you can see, some of them are online and some of them are offline. What that means is some vans may be off duty and some may be on duty. When vans are on duty, they would be reaping the rewards that the incentives provide as long as they're using the application. So let's track our favorite van up there, Keebs, and it'll take us straight to them. As you can see, they are by Tokyo, and we have a little slider on the left showing how full the van is, as well as some classic information. At the top right of that little green bar, we can also have our reservations, we can favorite, and we can contact them. Thank you.
Thank you so much. As we move swiftly along, judges, we now begin the questionings.
Thanks for the presentation, guys. So in the app, it will be telling you how many seats are available. So inside the app, right? It will be telling you how many seats are available.
Not how many seats are available, but the van, the conductor themselves will be managing the application, will be sliding up that bar to give a rough estimate of how much is available. I get that some vans, for some reason, are uncomfortable saying how full they are, as they might try to avoid government detection when they overfill their van and so forth. So we gave them a slider so they could have a bit more room to play with.
So they are the ones who are updating the app in real time?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, that is my question.
Hi, good day. Hi, good day. I have two questions, very simple. The first question is, what would happen if someone simply cancels their spot or gets a ride from someone else?
Well, in cases like that, the actual payment is pending. So you'd pay some, kind of like a down payment on that cost in case you were to get a ride or find a van then and you could just leave. But to compensate for the distance that you made that van travel with an empty slot, they would get a portion of the payment.
Okay, thank you. And my second question is, did you consult the Minibus Association in terms of the recommendations concerning the government management?
We were to contact them this week, but due to some school interruptions, I wasn't able to get to them fully. We were looking at contacting them as well as people within the Ministry of Transportation and the Republic of China, as they were the Taiwanese government, as they helped make the eBus app, which we want to improve and build up on.
Okay, thank you very much.
Are there any questions from our local judges here? No more? One more? All right, Emma, let it go.
Quick one. You mentioned that this tracking and the whole system would assist with revising the transportation system. Can you tell us why you think the government hasn't tried to do that and how this would help with revising such a system?
So it's a generally technology unfriendly industry, and we would like to get more information on the technology itself. So and the government has tried to get this information, but the transport industry in general, it's one that's more less technology inclined, and they're more independent from government organization or system per se. So with the application, we are offering benefits to them, which make it more attractive, and the data that we collect won't be directly targeting or attacking these vans, but helping the government understand what's going on so that they can make the initiative on where they need to work on as a whole.
Thank you so much. We have run out of time on questioning there. All right, let's give them a round of applause as we get ready for the next group and our judges tabulate their scores. Our next group to come up is coders. And this one is called Hydraulic Alert. Hydro. Boy. Yeah. Yeah. Hydro Alert. Let's give them a round of applause. This group called Coders. Don't forget, later on, we're going to be giving out a lot of gifts, a lot of prizes. There's going to be people in the house winning stuff. We got people online winning stuff as well. You know, I get the thumbs up that we're good to go as well. And we have some prizes, the official prize giving ceremony. It will happen here today, self, right? You won't have to wait long. You'll see it right on the live here in person. So we're here. You get to witness it first for yourself. So, without no further ado, we're going to welcome our group on stage to make their presentation.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Vikram Alexander. Not only am I the face of the application, I'm also the spokesperson.
My name is Gia Gloucester, and having an idea of how things are and the best way to make usage of my time is a plus for me.
And together, we are Coders, and we present to you Hydro Alert. So, this is a picture of St. Vincent, and St. Vincent is a beautiful place. But do you know what St. Vincent have? We have roughly 100,000 people, and out of the 100,000 people, do you know that each person daily utilizes about 30 gallons of water? This means on average, family, they're going to utilize 100 gallons of water per day. And when we think about it, you're going to now see the information show you weekly. It's going to show you the average family weekly. It's going to show you the average person monthly and the average family monthly. Now, the fact that you are seeing the average family is 20,000 gallons, that should give you an idea that if we deal with yearly, it's going to be over 28 gallons of water, which happens to be a lot of water. Now, that is for St. Vincent. The next slide shows you the Grenadines Islands, which is actually Union Island, and it is showing you the same thing. But obviously, in the Grenadines, even though we know that water is a bit scarce, we tend to use water pretty much the same way. We are just like everybody else. But you know the difference? The difference is we don't have rivers, we have to depend on the rain, and we store our water, and here is where the problem starts. You see, in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, they have sources of water that come from rivers. They are able to have an abundance of water. But when we look at the Grenadines Islands and other islands that have tanks or is heavily dependent on rain, we can't think that we have a whole heap of water. We have to depend on rain. When we depend on rain, we have tanks. When we depend on tanks, this means that the places like St. Vincent has CWSA, places like Union Island, that people have to manage their own water, and that is where the major problem comes in, because the fact that you have to manage your own water system means that you are responsible and you can't do anything. You are not going to get any water and monitoring system like what CWS is going to do. You're not going to get a bill, you're not going to get a meter, and you're not going to have an idea of how much water you use, and this is where the problem comes. So we present to you our solution, Hydro Alert. Hydro Alert is a water monitoring app that communicates water usage for consumer of the Grenadines.
What does Hydro Alert do? It gets updates about how much water you consume on a regular basis, know how much gallons of water is remaining in your tank, and get real-time updates anywhere in the world.
So how does this work? So you are going to have your tank, and you're going to use something called an ultrasonic distance sensor, which will be installed on the top of the tank. And what this does is generate a pulse towards the bottom of the tank. It is going to be able to use that pulse to have an idea of how much water are in the tank. Then it's going to take that data and it's going to send that data to Raspberry Pi. That Raspberry Pi is a smaller handheld computer. That handheld computer is going to take that data that it got from the ultrasonic distance sensor and is going to be connected to internet access. The internet access that is connected to the Raspberry Pi is now going to allow all the information that it got to be uploaded to something called a MySQL, that is a database. That data you got from the ultrasonic distance sensor can't be read by you, so you need something called a Raspberry Pi that is going to break down the data so you can obtain it. Now that you have obtained that data needs to go somewhere. So it goes on a survey on the internet with a database called MySQL. When it gets to MySQL database, that is where now all the information is outlined, and from there we are going to use either PHP or HTML5, some sort of coding application where we are now able to display the information that we got from our ultrasonic distance sensor.
The cost breakdown of this would be for the UDS $50, for the Raspberry Pi $150, for the database $95, and for the application $8,000. So a grand total of $8,295 US. What can our system do for you? Here are the advantages: better usage of water. And some things come with disadvantages, which is cost constraints. The Grenadines and tank owners do have a serious issue not knowing their tank level. Limited knowledge of water usage in home is a serious factor in allowing us to reduce the cost of buying more water. This app can aid in monitoring and showcasing water levels within tanks and systems.
Now we are going to showcase our app. So you'll be greeted to this, where it shows your login information, or you could create an account, but we're going to just log in. So when you get into the app, right, it's going to lead you to this forum page where it shows you the responses of persons and the questions that they have asked. And if you go to the plus sign, you can add your question, or you can ask a question, yes. Then we're going to go to About Us. This basically shows the user about our app, when it was founded, our mission, our business hours, and our founder. Then we are going to go to our water usage. So this basically shows you how much water you use daily. It shows you how much water you use weekly. It shows you how much water you use monthly, and it shows you how much water you use yearly. If you go back to water data, this shows you how much water you have used comparing 2 weeks. So it will compare the last week, and it will compare the current week. So this week we use 169 fewer gallons than last week. And if you go to the last option, this shows you the tank level. And here it shows you that this person have used 407.8 liters of water. And this feature is mainly for the Southern Grenadines, so Mario, Kenawan, and Uniland. And if you go back to the water data part, this feature is for mainland St. Vincent. And that's about it. I thank you.
Thank you so much. And at this time, we'll move to our judges and start with questions. We'll go to our online judge, our virtual judge first.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Good presentation, guys. I'm a little bit interested in your research data source. Where did you get your numbers from?
Our data from Central Water Authority give us an estimate of how much water people use here.
Okay, so we got the numbers from conducting a survey on how much water people use, and we got more information from CWSA. So that's it.
Okay. Okay. I'm also, well, you presented the application, the mobile app. Tell me a little bit more about the manufacturing and the design and so forth of your hardware component, your Raspberry Pi and so forth aspect of it. Who's manufacturing this? How are you ordering it? How are you designing it and so on?
So when we did our survey, right, we talked to one of Union Island prominent business owners, and I pitched the idea to him, and he had introduced me to some of his engineers who he can get for us to get these things built. So the sensors and the Raspberry Pi and so forth. So all the hardware components, we have engineers who will be able to make these for us.
Okay. I'll allow the other judges to ask questions as well. Thank you.
Let me quickly get my question in.
Thank you so much.
I'm interested. So
Emma?
what's my cost? How much would it cost me to have such a device? And this is me in St. Vincent, and then I have a home in Union.
Okay, so say you're living in St. Vincent, right? And in the preliminaries, we have talked about the cost, right? So we have introduced something called a smart water meter, right? So basically, we'll be providing that smart water meter to CWSA. So a smart water meter is basically is like an analog water meter, but it's replacing it. So we will provide the smart water meter to CWSA, and they will sell it to the consumers. And now for the Grenadines now, even though you have the app, you have to buy the components, which is the sensor, and it in the tanks, right, there will be a line, right? And that line will be running from the bottom of the tank to the top of the tank. And on that one line, say for instance, you have a 12-feet tank, right? There will be 12 sensors on that one line, right? So you will have to buy the component, which is the sensor, the receiver, and the wire. Yeah.
So what's the cost to me? I don't want to know. I'm not technical. So I just want to know the cost.
The cost. Can you elaborate on the question, please?
I come to you, I have my card, I want it.
Oh,
don't tell me about
You want to buy it, right?
Yeah, so how much will it cost me?
Oh, how much will it cost you? My bad. It will cost you roughly 658 EC dollars. Yes.
Thank you so much. The beep did go off, so we can't field any more questions from our judges. All right. Thank you so much, my friend, for that presentation from Coders. Hydro Alert. I told you our judges are not messing around today. They're diving in. And our final group today is called Acti Tech, and their app is called Going App. Correct? There we go. They have their own cheerleaders in the house as well, too. Give them a round of applause. We're just letting our judges tabulate up the scores from the last group that was on the podium. And as I wait for my auditor to give me the signal, then we'll move into this final presentation in the NTRC's iCode 2022 grand finale. It's been a long journey to get here, but we've made it. Who's gonna walk with the trophy today?
Us.
Oh. I love the confidence. I love the confidence. If you haven't done so as yet online, make sure you share this live feed because we're heading down into the finals now. This is our final presentation, and after this, everything was done electronically, so we'll be able to give you results very swiftly today. Yes? So without no further ado, ActiTech, Going App.
Hello, everybody. Welcome.
Well, wait for the beep.
Hello, good afternoon, everybody. First off, I want to say everybody to give a round of applause for all the participants that came before. Clap for yourself, clap for yourself. Okay, and on that note, my name is Relita, and this is my colleague Lisa, and we are ActiTech. And it is my absolute pleasure to present to you the app Going. Okay, so this is just a brief slide to let you guys know what's going to happen. The problem. So patrons of St. Vincent and the Grenadines have often expressed their dissatisfaction with the lack of social and recreational type activities that they can do. However, most of the time, without persons even knowing or even aware, events are actually happen. You just find out after the fact, right? We present to you the solution, Going, a revolutionary idea that connects people to events, a centralized database that lists everything that's going on, the competition going on right now, everything that's going to happen, the Leo Club's Games Night slated for November 26th at the Bungalow restaurant in Villa starting at 6, and what happened, a girls' trip that me and my friend hosted last week. Now we'll have the app presentation.
So guys, welcome to the Going app. The first thing we're gonna start off with is our splash screen. And this is just going to give you a little bit of an idea of the type of experiences that we are gonna be offering here. So this is not just the events app. What we call it, it's an experience marketplace. So anything and everything that is happening, things you want to go to, classes you want to take, fundraisers, events just like this, everything that's happening is going to be available on the app. So just to save a little bit of time, this is a pre-logged, so we're not going to go through all of that. And here we're going to see exactly what's going on. So today, we're going to see what's happening right now. We have the NTRC program, which is a competition we're at. We see in here it's a free course. And if you want to check it out, we check the comments. Come on. Everybody's loving it. So we're going to go and we're going to book here. And with our exclusive offers, a lot of our events are going to have incentives to book. So you can get a free goodie bag, you can get points for your profile, and all of these points are redeemable for other experiences that you might want to go on. So you could save up all your points, go on a free trip, go to the spa, do something interesting. In the app as well, we're gonna go to the profile. Here's where you set all your changes, your payment options, where you're from, things like that. And when you make changes in the profile, it's going to change the events that you see because everybody's homepage is gonna be different. It's gonna be dedicated to you, things that you are interested in, places you've already been to, things that you like, we're going to populate it here and show you exactly what's happening. So let's go to Gone. Let's see the things that you've been to before. So here you get an idea of, the different types of trips and events that we're going to offer. So you see there's stuff from Leo's Club. There's stuff for sustainable farming, build your own costume, learning how to sail, trying yoga. This is an app where you're gonna learn something new, you're gonna experience something new, and it's always gonna push you to get out of your comfort zone and just be a better version of yourself. So it's not just about, oh, let's go to a party, let's turn up. It's about, how do I wanna spend my time? How do I wanna enrich myself? And how do I wanna make my experience better?
Okay, now we know, you guys want to know how much the app is going to cost.
Well, basically a little bit about the back end. We're going to be using a Fire-based cloud storage. This is where we're going to host all of our information. We use an AI algorithm. This is how we are going to create a custom profile for everybody. So basically, all of your interests and information you put in the app is going to be saved and automated by the algorithm. Live support, chat, secure payments, and end-to-end encryption.
Okay, so like we said, we know you're going to want to know how much the app is going to cost. So first off, we have for the app development, we have app development stages, the percentage of our overall budget, and we're looking at 200,000 EC. Planning and documentation, roughly around 15,000. Development, 20,000. Testing and deployment, around 40,000, because this is going to be an ongoing process for us. First phase marketing and sales, about 100,000, because, you know, if you want to make money, you have to invest in the sales, or the app is dead in the water from jump, right? Maintenance of the app, $5,000, and miscellaneous expenses, which would be like any changes to the project that we make midway. We categorize about $20,000.
So how Going makes money? So one of the main ways we make money is transaction fees. So for paid events, if you're actually buying tickets, as long as we're running your card, there would be a small transaction fee ranging from 2 to 5% depending on the transaction and the size of your event. Event hosting fees. So if you are an actual promoter, you're selling thousands of tickets, a month, you will be paying a hosting fee to host your particular event. And also ad space. So we would sell small pieces of ad space on the app for, say you are, you want to promote your event, you want it higher up on the list, or you want it, in a specified place on the app. You can pay to have that happen and to push your event up higher on the list.
And in terms of our marketing strategy, we'll have a landing page, app store optimization, social media marketing, influencer marketing. How do you guys feel about that? Use it or lose it? Use it? We'll use it. Paid user acquisition campaigns and email marketing.
Risks in going. So part of the problems with developing an app, there's always going to be risks in any venture you try. So, we have to make sure that our cybersecurity is up to snuff because we're dealing with people's personal information and transactions. So that is very important to us, as well as funding and finances. A lot of startups struggle with finding funding because the apps are not cheap to create, develop, or deploy. So you have to have the funding. And poor adaptability means we have to keep updating our app and making sure that we are adapting to changes and to our users' wishes.
And lastly, let's close. Let's invent tomorrow instead of worrying about what happened yesterday. And this is by Steve Jobs.
Thank you so much, ladies. And with quick speed, we're going to just dive into the questions from our judges one time. I see Emma getting ready to ask.
I thought you were going to Pompey. Okay. All right. You mentioned redeeming points. So before I go there, how do you allocate points to your events?
So basically, the points are prearranged by the event promoters and ourselves, and they would decide how much points they want to allocate for each event. And then we would facilitate that on the back end. But it also depends on the type of promoter they are and what relations we have with them. But we can facilitate that, and as well as if they want to do double points or triple points to incentivize people to use the app more. So that's part of, why we did the points thing, because it's not just to give them the points, but you want to make sure that they feel included in what's going on, and we're giving them something back for using the app.
So who's responsible for the redeem? Is it you? Is it a collaborative effort?
It is a collaborative effort between us and the promoters, yes.
Thank you. Any other questions from our local judges? Adrian? No, so. Our online judge, would you like to chime in on this one as well?
Yes, definitely. Thank you. Thank you. In your presentation, you mentioned in your figures a development cost of $20,000. Did I get that right?
We go back.
Oh, we can't see.
We can't go back, but I think so. We can't go back to see.
Yeah, I'm just interested in how you are going to build a mobile app, with all of these features, and layering on top of that AI, and all of that for 20,000 EC dollars. I want to understand what's the plan there.
Well, we know that developing an app is quite expensive, but part of it too is that I also have a background in coding, so it wouldn't be that we would have to necessarily pay someone to build the entire app. I think we may need maybe one or two coders just to fill in the gaps in between, but a lot of the legwork would be completed in-house. So that would definitely save us a lot of money when it comes to actually developing the app.
Okay, that's interesting. My second question is about the user journey. I'm trying to understand the value that the app is providing. So you have these list of events. Explain to me again, from the consumer perspective, how far in the user journey does the app provide value? Is it just about knowing what's happening, or is there deeper experiences there?
What makes the app so special, it's about the discovery. It's not just about showing you what's there, but showing you what's there that is of your interest. Because as I said, we are going to be using the user's information to dictate what they see. So you're going to see stuff that is specific to you and what you like. So you're not just going to open up and see a lot of random stuff all the time. It's going to be stuff that we know that you're interested in and you should see, but you can also look at everything. But the thing that makes it interesting is that everything is based on time. So it's going to prioritize things that are happening now, because it's for people that may only have limited free time, but they want to do something now, they want to do something interesting. Not to say that you can't book experiences far in advance, but it's for, people like me who want a little last-minute adventure. You might have a random day off and you just want something interesting to do.
Okay, thank you, guys. Good job, good presentation. Thank you. All the best.
Thank you. Thank you so much, team Going. Wow. What a journey. We have reached the end of our open category. Let's give all the contestants, competitors, a round of applause. I would like to acknowledge the presence, in addition to our protocol, the presence of Sion Marshall, to the press secretary to the Honorable Prime Minister, Dr. Alfie Gonzalez. Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon. Yes, you're going to see a little bit more of him just now. You're going to come up here and do some work, right? All right, good. Now, people online in the open category for everybody who is on the stream. Now is your time to vote. Your voting counts. So you will see something there on the live. Make sure you get it done. Facebook voting begins. It will be open for 15 minutes. And while we are doing that, we're going to make sure that everybody in this room is happy. Yeah? Now, we are doing a series of giveaways. And if you remember earlier up in this promotion, we told you how all the persons who are online, you just had to do some simple things to win a smartphone, right? So somebody would have subscribed to the NTRC's YouTube channel, NTRC SVG. They would have joined the NTRC's iCode Grand Finale live stream today. And then they're going to write the name of your favorite team in the comments, and then one lucky person will be chosen as a winner. We will announce that winner at a later date. That will not happen today. You will definitely know who that is, but somebody here today is going to win a tablet. Somebody wants to win a tablet here, right? Everybody want to win a tablet? Yes? No? No? Yes? Hands up. Want to win a tablet? Yeah? Good. So you are the only person? Great. So I'll just ask you the question then, since nobody else... I'm playing. So here's what's going to happen. I have a question to ask. And if somebody answers this question correctly, you're walking away with a tablet today. Right? I'm watching my brethren here in the front here. Today, right? Today, they're walking with it today. They're getting it in their hand today. Yeah? Rhea? Yeah, okay. Oh, yeah, Rhea has nodded. She's like, yep. All right. I have, is that the tablet right there? I have my lovely showgirl here. I feel like I'm on Let's Make a Deal. You know what I mean? Hold the tablet up and let everybody see. That tablet is going to go in your hands today. Somebody wants it bad. So I'm going to ask the question, and if you are so brave, just put your hand up one time. Like that, exactly. You know the answer? Well, you're exempt. Anybody in an NTRC shirt is exempt. And we'll run a mic to you, and you will answer the question. The wonderful Rhea is standing there with a mic in her hand, and she will come to you, and you will answer. So, question. How many years... Don't do a Miss SVG on me and say repeat the question, okay? All right? How many years has the iCode784 competition been hosted? I will repeat the question just in case. How many years has the iCode784 competition been hosted? Wow. You want me to pick somebody? Why are you putting me in that? Miss with the two hands. Because she was one of the... She fired up a hand real quick. I want to see if she actually knows. You look a bit too brave. And if you get this wrong, I'll be shocked. Real shocked.
The NTRC iCode competition has been hosted for 10 years.
Jesus, and you said that like a real beauty queen. You had a whole introduction. You just didn't say 10 years. Wow. Let's give her a round of applause for winning. I find that question was too easy then. Apollo is... I'm just going to pause so we can get some pictures. My goodness. Everybody feeling away now because they're saying, boy, what about we? What do you have for us? Well, this one's going to require your hands. I know. But you're not going to put them up. And it might require your eyes, you understand, to win this next prize, right? Real? Mm-hmm. Some lucky persons in this room right now are sitting on a chair that underneath it has a token for a prize, right? I love it. And I don't go start checking the chairs you're not under, right? Right? And if you've received one, just put your hand up real high. Put your hand up real high. Wow, partner. Wow, partner. I see you, eh? I see you. Man, you're worthless. Homeboy, I check all the chairs in the room. Judges, there's nothing under your chairs? Oh, boy. Wow. Oh, boy. Pablo, you check under your seat? Wow. Yeah, you can't pull up nothing from underneath your chair, right? So everybody that has a token in their hand, I'm sure Rhea will deal with you appropriately and be able to get that to you. Where are we at with our Facebook voting? I think we have some more time left on that. After persons would have collected what they've received from their tokens, we are going to move into the handing of certificates, right? So I'll just give Rhea a little time to hand out those tokens for me. In the meantime, I would love to big up all our sponsors and all the corporate, private entities that have made this possible today. We have them on display on the screen. We have to give a warm thanks to Mavcom, the St. Vincent and the Grenadines Broadcasting Corporation, the news, Right Stuff, Boom 106.9, and Radio Grenadines, Eyewitness News, Hot 97.1, Flow for Imprint NIS. We also have WeFM on board, Tusty Water, the Internet Society of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Extreme FM, Sport Locker Plus, King Computer, Digicel, ECGC, Asbert News Network, and of course, as I get everybody's attention, let's give the NTRC a round of applause for this, yeah? Real nice. I'm going to ask all the students to get seated as soon as possible because now we do have students and persons who are here who are part of this competition to take your seats as quickly as possible, right? We are moving swiftly into our prize giving ceremony. And a handover of tokens and things complements various businesses and organizations that have made this competition possible. I will let you know I will receive an envelope very shortly that will contain the results. They'll be ran into my hand by the auditors. I said to Rhea earlier on, backstage, offside, Sion, I hope I don't do a Steve Harvey here today, huh? You know, I hope not. I hope not, right? All right then. I'm just waiting for the good old thumbs up from my friend Rhea. In the meantime, on the live, don't forget to share. Your friends now are going to be the recipients of either one of these amazing cash prizes, certificates and things. Now is the time. Now is the time. So for everybody on the stream, do your worst right now and make sure everybody is on the NTRC's iCode Grand Finale live stream. Streaming live from YouTube and Facebook. All right. I'm going to run through this list again and let you know that I need to big up our iCode sponsors like Mavcom, ECGC, Tusty Water, Right Stuff, The News, the Internet Society of St. Vincent and the Grenadines Chapter, Radio Grenadines, Asbert News Network, Flow, King Computer Corporation, Caribbean Telecommunications Union, Sports Locker, SVG Broadcasting Corporation, KDLT Chartered Accountants, For Imprint, Stormy Winds Productions, doing a wonderful job here today, Digicel, Boom FM, Hot 97 Radio, and National Insurance Services. Please, let's make a lot of noise for all the sponsors here. Without them, a lot of this would not be possible. All right. Now, I am going to invite to the stage Mr. Sion Marshall. Yes. To join me while he is a commissioner here for the NTRC to hand out some certificates in the various categories for the secondary idea, secondary mobile, and the open category. As I call your name, first of all, is there anything you'd like to tell anybody while you're here?
Good afternoon, everybody.
Nice. I love it, you know. He has the gift of the gab, trust me. He could talk. He could talk. Yeah, you're holding it down today. All right. He will be handing out certificates to all the wonderful competitors here today just to acknowledge their participation in this competition and their wonderful effort. So let's get this going. First on stage, we will call, and correct me if I'm wrong, because I need to say this properly, Bashar Abouid. Bashar Abouid. Bashar, is that correct? Give me a thumbs up, right? All right, good. Next, we're going to call up Bradley Alexander in the secondary idea competition. Next, we're going to call Akila Ashton in the secondary idea category. Thank you. And next on stage, we're going to call Shermi Charles. Shermi Charles. Shermi, and I was going to do that, you know. I was. Shermi Charles. Levon Derrick. Next on stage, we're calling Levon Derrick. And for Petrus up front, sorry. Petrus, you're taking a picture. You got it? You good? All right. Next, we're going to call, this is either Micah or Mika. Micah? Micah Glasgow. Calling Micah Glasgow. Next on stage, Malik Hackshaw in the secondary idea category. Let's give a warm welcome to the stage for Darissa James. Nice. Next, we're going to call up Chad Keyser. Chad Keyser. Daniela Laborde. You give me a cut eye there, is that right? Or is it Danielia or is it Daniela, right? Next up is Uriah Little. Moving swiftly along in the secondary idea category is LaBern Matthews. LaBern Matthews. Next up is Obadiah Mears. Obadiah Mears. Congratulations. Next, we're going to call up Andre Kwamina. Andre Kwamina. This could be Lucia or Luca. Luca Roberts. Good afternoon, Mr. Roberts. Next on stage is Olani Slack. Thank you. Calling up next on the stage in the secondary idea category, O'Neal Sprott. Thank you, Mr. Sprott. Calling next, Cody Thomas. Cody Thomas. I swear I don't see the same man for like, you know. All right, Cody, go Cody. Calling next, Joseph Warren. Joseph Warren.
It's God's beat maker.
Thank you. Calling up next, Jose Wilson. Jose Wilson. Next, we're going to call up Matthew Wilson. And next up on the stage, Jonathan Wood. And last in the secondary idea category is Martin Young. Martin Young. Let's give everybody in the secondary idea category a round of applause, please. Moving on now to the next set of certificates. This will be in the secondary mobile category. I'll be calling up your names one by one. And as you hear your name, please approach the podium and receive your certificate. First is, Sian, I don't know how you do it sometimes, you know, you get these names right or you get them wrong. It's like a 50-50. Kier Antoine. Kiara Antoine. There we go. Kiara Antoine. All right then. Calling up next, Terry Ann Bino in the secondary mobile category. And next, Kimonique Harry. And next in the secondary mobile category, Devon John. Is Devon or Devon? Which one? All right. Next, Cheyenne King. Cheyenne King. Thank you. And next, Delicia King. Calling up Delicia King in the secondary mobile category. Well done. Next up is Juvel Pierre. And next on stage, Shara Snag in the secondary mobile category. Next up on stage, Isaiah Tony. Next up on stage is Nathan Warwick. I feel I'm about to enter into another name botch right here. It could be Jadan or it could be Jaden Williams. Is it Jaden Williams? All right, there we go. Jaden Williams next on stage. Big round of applause to all the competitors in the secondary mobile category. Moving on now, we're going to head to the final category which we saw today, which is the open category. And then when I call your name, please rise and come to the podium swiftly. First on the list, Vikron Alexander. Thank you, Vikron. Next is Isaac Cepeda. Next up on stage, Odaya Charles. Thank you, Ms. Charles. And let's now welcome another Charles, which is Lisa Sarah Charles. From Team Going. Next up, we're going to call Ansonique Cuffey. Ansonique Cuffey. Next up, Richard Days. Richard Days. Next up, Rakeem DeFreitas. Rakeem DeFreitas. And calling up next, Janessa Durham. Janessa Durham. Next up, Afrodon Dyer. What if the man don't smile? That's the man aesthetic, you know. Next is Jaya Gloucester. Gia. I tell you, at all. Gia Gloucester in the open category. It was JIA. Oh gosh. It was JIA. Boy. Y'all throwing me for a 6 now. Stanislaus Gomez. I do it justice or I do it? I have to get to the right. How's it go, brother? Stanislaus. All right, good. Stanislaus. All right. See? Kiana John. Calling up next, Kiana John in the open category. Raylita Lewis, calling Raylita Lewis. The other half of Team Going. Calling next in the open category is Kayla Morris. Calling up next, Renetta Nanton. Renetta Nanton. Calling up next on stage is Runel Primus. Runel Primus. Calling up next as well is Isaiah Tony. Calling up next, Isaiah Tony. It's in the open category as well, right? Oh, so I understand. It's true. Yeah, there you go. Yes, indeed. It's a universal certificate. You understand? It's universal. That's right. Calling up next is Nathan Warwick. Nathan Warwick. You get that already? No, Nathan, no. And Luke Wilson. Did we do Luke Wilson already too? Luke Wilson now. Calling up last is Luke Wilson in the open category. You know, when our fellow schools are in the building, we have to acknowledge them and give them some love. So at this time, I'd like to acknowledge the presence of the Sandy Bay Secondary School. Let's just give them a round of applause. They are here observing. Hello, 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 hello. Welcome, welcome. Good to have you here, right? Ah, boy. School with the most entries. matter where I go, this always happens. Would the driver of P8459, if you know who that is, P8459, you are blocking somebody in the wherever you're parked, and you need to free that up. So the driver of P8459. I'm just going to take a healthy look at my friend Ria. We're going to announce the school with the most attendees now, right? We are going to be presenting a check to the school with the most entries. And this check is valued at $1,000. Compliments Mavcom. My brethren from Mavcom. Give him a big round of applause as a business owner to giving that kind of support. It needs respect. It needs respect. You'll come to the stage and join us here real swift. This is Mr. Morris, the manager of Mavcom. Give him a round of applause. Welcome, sir. We all know where Mavcom is. We drive through Arnesville and we see the sign all the time, right? Yes. I have been up there, yes, sir. I have been there across the road from Hammer Time. Correct is right. Used to be next to Polish Beauty. I know it. You see, I know it, right. So now, the school with the most entries. Ria. Where's the wonderful Ria? The school with the most entries. You see, this thing is like, you don't know, so you can't make a mistake. It is the St. Vincent and the Grenadines Girls High School. The school with the most entries. Did I do a... You're collecting for them. I said Girls High School. Oh, y'all want it to be grammar school? Oh. Let's have a nice healthy picture here. Thank you so much. Let's give Mr. Morris a round of applause and our friend Emma. Boy. You know what this means, right? The results are in. I got envelopes in my hand. Right. Thank you so much. Well, we just did school with the most entries, right? We're going to move on now, and I'm going to do this back to front. So, starting off with the secondary idea category, we are going to announce the third place winner. And this check and this cash prize is compliments NIS, and it will be presented by Miss Veronique Williams. Right? The trophy is sponsored by Right Stuff. Our good friend Miss Akila Crichton from Right Stuff is in the house. Please give them a round of applause. I love it. Now, the winner in third place for the secondary idea category. Y'all see the envelope here. I'm about to open it up. I wish I had a third hand. Veronique, long time no see. Oh, no. Oops. Look at that. Yes. The team that won in third place is none other than Jam Tech, with members Jonathan Wood, Matthew Wilson, Andre Kwamina, and Susanna Oliveira. We're going to call you to the stage to receive this award. Trophy compliments Right Stuff, presented by Ms. Akila Crichton and Ms. Veronique Williams of NIS. Just make some room for the photographer as this happens. If you could just turn, Veronique, have them turn to our photographer here on the side. Nice. Just look for the baby blue shirt, you know. That was great. And now we're doing the trophy presentation by Ms. Akila Crichton of Right Stuff. Third place gone. Second place is up. Let's see what is going to happen here now. Second place in the secondary idea category is none other than the group known as TAZE. TAZE, made up of Bradley Alexander, Joseph Warren, Micah Glasgow, and Ms. Shavern Jack. The secondary place has a check valued at $1,500, presented by Miss Eustacia Walter, PRO of the NTRC. They will also be receiving a case of Juicy Compliments ECG, presented by Ms. Sibongale Deriggs of ECGC. Also, a trophy Compliments ISOC, presented by Ms. Roxanne John. Hey, wait. You don't want your trophy? You don't want your trophy? You want strength, man. If I could just ask you guys to come center a bit more as we present this trophy here. Awesome. Right? Look at that. Give them a round of applause. Second place in the secondary idea category. Wow. A whole case of drinks. Love it. Nice. Now, boy, third place, second place, we're looking good, huh? Well, let's move on to first place in the secondary idea category. As you see, I have the envelope here. I am going to open it up. Oh, Lord, I nearly panicked there, boy, because I see the envelope been empty. All right? Let me move inside here and take a look. Whoa. Whoa. And all you have to make a lot of noise and give this a round of applause because this is first place. We have all worked hard to get here, but when one of us wins, we all win. You know what I mean? So let's go inside here. First place has a check valued at $2,500, people. Presented by Eustacia Walter, again, PRO for the NTRC. And this time, laptops also compliments King Computer Corporations in the U.S., presented by Miss Nadine Hull, the Spectrum Manager at the NTRC. And the trophy is compliments ECGC, once again presented by Miss Sibongale Deriggs of ECGC. So people, the winner and those online, prepare to make some noise for none other than the Union Island Secondary School GOP, Akila Ashton and Natisha Alexander. Can't forget Darissa James as well. Darissa James, if Darissa James is here. You're good? You're holding up? You're good? You're holding up? All right. We are now inviting up on stage. Look at this, huh? Laptops, trophy, checks. Come on, make some noise. Make some noise. We love it. Wow. Wow. And finally, finally, Sibongali Deriggs bringing up a wonderful trophy to our first place winner in the secondary idea category. Hard work pays off. I know, smile now. Smile. We're proud of you too. We're all proud of you. Make some noise for the Union Island Secondary School, please. Very proud. I'm loving it. I'm loving it. Now we are going to move on to the secondary mobile application category. All right? And this is where the ante gets a bit higher. You know, we raise the stakes. As you get closer and closer, the prizes get bigger. This time, for third place, we will be giving out $2,000. And that is from Miss Felicia Thomas, USF Administrator at the NTRC. We will also be giving out a case of Juicy Compliments ECGC from Miss Sibongali Deriggs. We will also be giving out a trophy sponsored by Right Stuff, Ms. Akila Crichton again. Akila Sibongali, you're working today. Today. You like it. I now have in my hand the envelope for the third place winner in the secondary mobile category. And make sure I read this good, right? I don't read nothing wrong. Third place in the secondary mobile category is none other than the After School Boys. Matthew Wilson, Andre Kwamina, Mrs. Susanna Oliver. Job well done. Job well done. We love it. We love it. Hold on. We're going to call up on stage now the representative from ECGC, Ms. Sibongali Deriggs, as she gives these young people something to give them some more energy, right? To create more ideas. A round of applause, please. Congratulations indeed. Hold on. You don't want your trophy or what happened? It's things upon things. Let's give a round of applause to Miss Akila Crichton of Right Stuff presenting a trophy to the After School Boys. Well done. Love it. Moving on now. We're up to second place in the mobile application category. Second place in the mobile application category will be awarded a whopping $3,000, presented by Ms. Thomas, the USF Administrator at the NTRC. A case of juicy compliments ECGC by Sabongale DeRiggs, and a trophy sponsored by Right Stuff, Ms. Akila Crichton. Sorry, the trophy will be presented by Sion Marshall, the commissioner of the NTRC. I'm going to give Akila a rest, yes? They will also be receiving smartphones, that is a correction on my part, by Ms. Shadija Gordon of the NTRC, all right? Compliments Digicel. Get more this Christmas with Digicel smartphones. The group that won in this category is none other than SVGS Tech Innovations. Nathan Warwick, Isaiah Tony, and Anicia Rodriguez. A heartfelt congratulations to these young men here. My brethren says, well, let me hold a check too now. Come on. Put a big smile on your face. Shh, there we go, there we go, there we go. Now we are presenting to these two gentlemen some smartphones, compliments Digicel. Look at that. Well done. And last but not least, a wonderful trophy brought by our own Mr. Sion Marshall, the commissioner of the NTRC. Love it, love it, love it. Give them a round of applause, please. They did well. They did well. Now, first place winner in the secondary mobile category gets a check valued at $5,000. They also get laptops compliments the NTRC and a trophy compliments ECGC. They will be presented by Ms. Thomas from the NTRC, again, for the check. Also the laptops from Ms. Nadine Hull, again, from the NTRC, and Ms. Sabongale Duriggs of ECGC will present the trophy, right? The first place winner, as I throw away the previous results so I do not get confused at all, in the secondary mobile application category is none other than, and when they win, as I told you before, prepare to make a lot of noise. When one of us win, we all win, is none other than the Software Explorers of Canawan Secondary School. Cheyenne King, Delicia King. Kiara Antwine and Zanika Peters. Well done. Job well done. Please come up on stage and join your team. They are going home with a check valued of $5,000. They will also be receiving these laptops stage side here from the NTRC, right? We're just inviting them upstage now to present these to our winners. Wow. Brand new. Brand new. And when they heavy, boy, you know, you don't know. Look at that. Grenadines in the building. Wow. Wow. They will also now be receiving a trophy, compliments ECGC, brought up on stage by the lovely Sabongale Darigs. Yes. Give them another big round of applause, our first place winners. In the secondary mobile category. Boy, we're coming down to the end of this. 3 envelopes in my hand. You don't know. Open category time. Who's it going to be? Everybody on the live, they probably don't have their opinions already, and Who do you think it is for everybody on the live right now watching this feed? Who do you think came third? Who do you think came second? Who do you think came first? Well, let's go. What is up for grabs right now? $2,000 in third place, $3,000 in second place, and $5,000 in the trip to Spain. A trophy, as usual, in all categories. That is what's happening in first place, all right? So I'm going to go right down to third place. And in this envelope, in the open category, we will be awarding this group with a check valued at $2,000 presented by Miss Shadija Gordon of the NTRC, a case of Juicy Compliments ECGC by Miss Sabongale Riggs, and a trophy presented by Ms. Akila Crichton of Right Stuff. The group that has won this prize is none other than Astra One. Astra One. With the app called Quexel. Mr. Gomez and Mr. Wilson, congratulations on your win here today. We'll now invite on stage Ms. Sabongale Riggs and Ms. Akila Crichton to give them their trophy. And boy, they ready, boy, they ready. They ready. They ready to head to the bank. They ready. If you could just shift over one, come a bit more center for me, I would appreciate that. We begin, we have center gentlemen. Go on the other side of Mr. Riggs for me, please. On the other side, right. We even this up. Good. There we go. Yes, there we go. Now that look proper. Give them a round of applause. We're going to call up next Miss Akila Crichton, presenting a wonderful trophy to these gentlemen. If you could come in the center again, that'll be awesome. Give them a big, big round of applause. Turn the trophy the other way. Turn the trophy the other way. There we go. Yes, big, big round of applause. They have done well. That is third place in the open category. Second place. We are almost there. Second place in the open category. They will be winning a check valued at $3,000, phones compliments flow, and a trophy presented by Mr. Sion Marshall. Our phones presented by Shalicia Small and Ms. Shadija Gordon presenting the checks valued at $3,000. This group that came in second, if you remember them, the group's name is Lyric. Lyric with Mediguy. Isaac Cepeda, Kayla Morris, Luke Wilson, and Ronell Primus. Job well done. Job well done. It says Mediguide on the paper. Am I afraid me anyway? If y'all could come center for me, please. Center up. All right. And put the tall guy in the center. All right. Next, we're going to invite a representative from Flow to present 4 handsets. Flow's got you covered right now. Brand new phones from Flow. Let's hand them out one by one. One by one. Down the line, that's right. Just show them out for the photographers so that they can see. Good job, well done. We love it. We're going to be calling up next Mr. Sion Marshall to present them with their trophy for their wins here today. Wow, what a wonderful day. Let's make some noise. Give a round of applause. Nice. I am just calling Rhea to the stage very quickly for me, please. In the open category, with a check valued at $5,000, a plaque which certifies their trip to Spain. My goodness. And a trophy compliments ECGC, and this time we're going to see the director of the NTRC Apollo Knights coming up on the stage. We will see back Miss Sabongale de Riggs and Miss Gordon delivering this check. The first place winner in the open category, as I have opened the envelope and pulled out this piece of paper here, verified by Rhea, is none other than Lyric with Codex Text. Codex Text. We're going to call up on stage Miss Sabita, Miss Morris, Wilson, Mr. Wilson, and Mr. Primus. If y'all could center up for me, I'll be grateful. Brother, you need a medic? You okay? You gonna drop down? You all right? Okay. Nice. I'm going to ask this time that we try our best to have all the representatives on stage. Yes? We'll do the individual pictures and we'll bring everybody else on after. We're going to call up next the director of the NTRC, Mr. Apollo Knights. My goodness, look at this. A trip for 2 to Barcelona, Spain. This is what it's all about. Right here. If y'all could just shift over one, we'd be grateful. Just over one. And to join them on stage now, we're going to invite Miss Sabongale de Riggs to bring the trophy for the first place winners in the open category of the iCode784 Grand Finales. Wow. Amazing. Let's make some noise and give them a big round of applause. Again, they did well. They did well. They did well. Before we get into our vote of thanks, I would just like to give a big thank you to the National Insurance Services, Hot 97 Radio, Boom FM, Digicel, Stormy Winds Productions, 4 Imprint, KDLT Chartered Accountants, the SVG Broadcasting Corporation, Sports Locker, Caribbean Telecommunications Union, King Computer Corporation, Flow, Asper News Network, Radio Grenadines, the Internet Society for St. Vincent and the Grenadines Chapter, The News, Right Stuff, Tusty Water, ECGC, and Mavcom. Yes. I was just confirming something. I like to confirm. It's all about confirm. For all the groups that did not place, you're probably sitting there wondering, boy, we do have here a stipend of $300, even though for your participation, we do appreciate you, right? We want to encourage you to keep creating. And for coming here, we do have that stipend for you, and we are going to call you up one by one to collect them. We're going to call up the Sentinels. Sentinels. Where's my Sentinel team? It seems like I think they had timing. They had to run home. Let's go for the next team, which is SS Multi. SS Multi, are you in the house? All right, good. They'll come by the office and pick that up. UISS Wildlife Coders, are you in the building? Wildlife Coders. I thought I saw them here. Oh, there you are. There you are. Everybody's a winner. Everybody's a winner. Also going to call upon stage, finally, the iWire, Team iWire. And that was in the secondary idea category. Gentlemen, thank you. Big smiles. Everyone's a winner. Let's shift over a little bit. That's good. As we move on to the next group to call up on stage, we're going to call up DJ Literally. DJ Literally. In the secondary mobile category, they seem to have left already. And the next group we're going to call up on stage is FTF for the Future. Are you in the building? There we are. Next, we're going to go into the open category. We're going to open the envelope for the open category. All contestants are receiving a stipend of $300 for their involvement. So we're going to call up J&N Innovations. J&N Innovations, if you are here, congratulations. Next, we're going to call up the Going app. Going app. Team Going, I think they had to go. Next, we're going to call up on stage. Oh, there they are. We're calling up Team Going app to the stage. They told me all checks go to me once you're not present, you know. Job well done. We are calling up next Hydro Alert. Hydro Alert by Coders. Is Hydro Alert here? Ah, yes, I remember. Job well done. Calling up next inside, this is the SVGS Tech Innovations. SVGS Tech Innovations. And next, we're going to call up Network Nebula. Network Nebula, if you are here. Next is the Red Lions. Red Lions, if you're in the house. Next up, we are going to call Astra 2, if they are here. Of course. Great idea. We'll see you again next year, hopefully. Next is the group Skyfall. Skyfall. Next we have up Tutor Now, the app Tutor Now by the group DM. Are they here? Oh, hey. Some big smiles, look at that. Boy. 2 categories, 2 checks. We love it. We're now going to invite Miss Renicia Douglas to the stage to give a vote of thanks for today. We're so grateful for everybody that has come here. Miss Renicia Douglas, an intern here at the NTRC. Please give her a round of applause.
Ladies and gentlemen, students and mentors, commissioners and judges, good afternoon. It gives me great pleasure to deliver this afternoon's vote of thanks. To begin, I would like to thank the Almighty God for making today's event a sounding success. Thanks to the NTRC's CPR manager, Ms. Rhea Lewis, for delivering the welcoming remarks. I would like to thank the attendees and all our online viewers for taking the time out of your busy schedule to tune into the NTRC's 2022 iCode784 Grand Finale and Prize Giving Ceremony. Many thanks to the judges for their words of guidance and encouragement to the participants. Thanks to all media houses for covering this event. We appreciate your support each year. Many thanks to Stormy Winds Production, AH Engineering, and Platinum Songs for airing this year's competition. Thanks to all participants who have entered the competition for the first time and those who continue to enter each year. Thanks to the NTRC's director, Mr. Apollo Knights, for creating a platform for the youth to present their ideas and innovations in aid of development of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. A special thanks to the staff at the NTRC who continue to work hard in making this competition possible, and to the NTRC's commissioner, Mr. Marshall, who took the time out of his busy schedule to conduct the distribution during the prize-giving ceremony. Last and by no means least, for your continued support each year, our sponsors, the National Insurance Services, NIS, Hot 97 Radio, Boom FM, Digicel, Stormy Winds Production, 4 Imprint, KDLT Chartered Accountants, SVG Broadcasting Corporation, Sports Locker, Caribbean Telecommunications Union, King Computer Corporation, Flow, Asbert News Network, Radio Grenadines, Internet Society, St. Vincent and the Grenadines Chapter, The News, Right Stuff, Thirsty Water, the Eastern Caribbean Group of Companies Limited, ECGC, MAVCOM, and once again, thank you for your attention. Have a wonderful afternoon. Thank you.
The National Telecommunications Regulatory Commission was established in 2001 to regulate the telecommunications sector in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, in collaboration with the regional entity ECTEL, so that consumers, telecommunications providers, and the country can benefit from a liberalized and competitive telecom sector. Some of the NTRC's functions include the ensuring of license compliance to service providers, investigating and resolving disputes and complaints between service providers and subscribers, management of the radio frequency spectrum, processing of applications for licenses and...
Right, we are just going to ask, well, this mic is a good mic, boy, like...
With the establishment of the USF, the NTRC has undertaken several projects in which free Wi-Fi services has been provided to all schools, learning resource and community centers, police stations, and health centers across SVG. Since 2015, the NTRC has been hosting the My App Summer Program, which teaches teenage students the basics of coding and robotics, and sets a good foundation for them to showcase their skills in the NTRC's annual iCode784 competition, a platform conceptualized to guide our youth into careers and opportunities around innovation in the ICT sector, with an interest of ensuring all our citizens can communicate despite any financial challenges. The NTRC has subsidized programs such as our $10 per month internet for households and VHF DSC radios at $400. At the NTRC, our mission is to facilitate quality, relevant, and affordable telecommunications services, whether on land or at sea. Contact us at 1-784-457-2279. WhatsApp us at 784-498-8292. Visit our website at www.ntrc.vc. Follow us on Facebook, YouTube, and Instagram at NTRC SVG. We're located on the second floor of the NIS building.